You count the medals, 1, 2, and 3. Life goes on, anything goes, coming up O's. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Welcome in, everybody.
Why did he start with the Kamen Rider oath?
It's so good. I literally like.
I love ska
I can't
too,
stop
but
listening to it. Oh, it's ska?
too.
That's how we get Ame to watch it. Alright, get in here. Get in here. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in.
Welcome to the blown up remains of a machine. Like, I love
Oh
how this
yeah. Why does it start here?
we start off at the death scene of two
Yeah, soldiers.
I said, yeah, same thing. But,
Yeah. My name is ThunderSounds. I am a Lion VTuber most of the time. Other times, yeah. And your
Excuse
turn?
me? No, hold on, go back. Before I
What do you
this,
mean, go back?
What side jobs you running here?
we
I should know.
we don't need to know. Check out my chatterbait.
Okay, hi. I'm Thunderhog. I do the fighting game streams, and occasionally some other random
Yeah,
games.
Thunder Buta, as they call him in Japan.
No,
Welcome, Guru Yuna. Where's my alert? Actually, it didn't show up. What the heck? That was weird.
Alert happened that didn't happen.
Yeah, I just got a follow. I didn't see the alert. Welcome in, welcome in.
Things are just breaking down as we speak.
God, I hope not. It's not as broken down as this machine here. Also, this isn't even the exploded machine. This is just the wreckage from before.
It's not wreckage. It's not that broken compared to what it should be.
Yeah, I maybe they didn't make a new scene for this. They just didn't bother.
Anybody would reload right after the the end of the chapter.
Well, it's not the end of the chapter, but I mean it's
the end of the to be continued. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like that's
I hate
common.
that it's like technically 5 chapters, but there's so many segments in between, so it's hard to just,
Yeah, it's actually quite long. It's a lot longer than you think it is. Yeah.
It's a very long case, and there's still too many questions to be had.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a third day. Not gonna lie.
Oh god, this is too early. This is only case 3. We have 2 more cases.
Is it really? Is it not 4 cases?
Is it?
I didn't look.
You know you could select adventure and see how.
No,
like,
I'm not looking.
yourself.
I don't want to spoil.
Good.
I'm not looking. But anywho,
There's literally a hey, you want to look at spoilers button right now?
I know. Why did they let you do that? It's so weird.
I don't know why.
Alright. William Turner. Ah. You've got the blood of a pirate.
Okay, we're jumping into this trial. I don't know.
Alright, let's jump right in. Yeah, the box.
Oh, the stupid box there. I was like, what are you on about?
Yeah, William Turner. Justice for Johnny Depp. Oh, you want to explain why I typed Shantae Park?
Oh wait,
I don't know if anyone saw.
Okay. If it's in the chat log, God forbid if anyone's seeing that. Art decided to. Before the stream started, I was randomly on Twitter, and I caught the wind from because I follow Live and Run games, and apparently there are Shantae Pogs being made, and I mean the literal Pogs, like the stupid like little cardboard.
Yeah.
Token things. From
Not
back in
not the
day, from
Pog
Metal
Champion
Slammer.
as I thought.
I explained that explained that to Arts, and he immediately types in chat Shantae Pog.
I wanted to see the emote.
It's not that kind of Pog.
I wanted to see the emote.
The thing is though, I mean, the worst part is that it is the origin of PogChamp is based on original Pogs, but God has the world just gone topsy-turvy over that.
Is there like a Pog video game?
No, I don't want to have to explain.
I thought it means play of the game. I thought it was like a Overwatch thing.
It's also an acronym if you want to see.
Yeah, I thought it was like an Overwatch thing. No, It's not.
No, well, it's usually POTG if you wanted to be. No,
Pot of the Greed.
Pot of it, yeah, Pot of Greed, my favorite type of pog.
Yeah.
So,
oh God, why do we have to see him again? I forgot. I forgot he was our defendant.
Yeah, you forgot about me?
Yes.
God damn it. Yeah, I don't want to have to explain the origin story of fucking Gutex at all.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about him.
Yeah, anyway, moving on. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
Not at all. I hope so. I should be. Even I. With nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows.
Hairbrain
I
who?
woke up this morning. It took a while.
Oh, Mrs. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally. A true gentleman should stand shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
I have brought the anti-gravity device into the courtroom. No,
What
Sholmes,
the
that's a bomb! Boom! What the fuck?
Oh no, JC, a bomb.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then.
Nope, I'm gone.
Oh, he's
Bye.
gone! What the? Wait, what?
I'm sorry, I'm really hyped up on this Red Bull right now.
A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends. I'll see you later.
I see we're not friends. Understandable.
Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
What's that supposed to mean? Yes, I will. I realize it was like my dear fellows,
Oh my God, he's not
on.
allowed to talk.
Hold on, I'm right back.
Oh, you're still here, Sholmes. What's the matter?
You just ignored me. Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction?
Did you do something? Sorry, I don't follow.
I'm here. Is that not enough for you? As I spell it out, I, the great Warlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of world acclamation. Arose at an ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning.
He really wants us to praise him just because he woke up this morning.
I needed 5 cups of Red Bull, alright? You don't
Oh
know
my
how
God.
long that took me to get hyped for this shit.
Please say psych.
This is important. The crash is gonna be hell, but... Maybe mix some monster in there.
What? That can't be healthy.
And some ball.
Well, if I must agree then.
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Wait, huh?
That's not what
Okay,
that means.
wait.
That's
I
not
know
what you
that
think it means.
I know. My brain
Please.
is wrong. I was employ her a full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both my cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed.
Where's Iris?
Just beat the shit out of me. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blood on my face. At last I was restored.
Iris.
Iris, you okay?
Oh my. Iris has been busy.
You just waterboarded this man?
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
You sure about this?
She poured boiling hot tea.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist. One who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. What the hell are you talking
What
about?
is he on about?
Ah, yes, the science of... I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. My victory.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
me.
why he likes Iris, because she's a scientist. Who?
Sorry to cut in. Tobias?
Oh, it is.
Wow, I called that perfectly.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. I want pictures of Drebber the Webber. I want pictures of Drebber the Webber
He
stat.
picks the webman.
The webman stat this morning, right before court. Understand?
Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
What, a dead body? Dear me.
I thought he was thinking about.
Are you gonna take that insult lying down, Professor?
I thought he was talking about like Scythe or something.
Yeah. Also, what the fuck? Don't put that on the Professor.
either like either Scythe or what's his face, Van Zeek's like giving him a dirty look because of yesterday.
What? I don't know. What are you doing this to me for?
Why did they name him Professor, but also the killer is the Professor? I feel like that's been bothering me the whole case.
Am I the Professor?
They shouldn't have done
I killed
that.
him.
They should have given him like a different nickname or something.
Did I kill them and get amnesia too?
Oh, Professor.
I swear to God, if like this, imagine for some reason like the Hairbrain is somehow the killer, but
That
then
would
also,
be
like,
the
just had
sickest
amnesia.
twist. That would be insane, and that's why they've been hiding his face.
It's like, wait, oh God, it's Hairbrain. He never remembered.
Anyway,
If that's the case, I swear to God, did Sholmes like just? Okay,
and that's why Van
thing.
Zeeks is here because he wants to put Hairbrain in jail.
No, oh God, that or Sholmes like Cole's hit the Professor specifically.
Oh,
Anyway.
that's why he has a grim expression.
God.
Anyway, here's the photos of Weber you asked for.
Here's this picture of Spider-Man.
What paperwork?
I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. I don't know why, but I just have a feeling. I may or may not have
Wouldn't
spoiled
believe
myself in this
the
game.
hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives.
Oh, is this the Professor case?
It's the professor's autopsy report.
Oh, sure.
Why is this important? That mass murderers?
Like, the funny thing is, as of right now, there's no logical reason.
Yeah,
for
there's
this.
no reason for us to have this.
Nobody but Sholmes can logically put we know as players that it's important, but like,
Yeah, of course.
only Sholmes really
Only
understands that the
Sholmes
Professor's involved in
understands.
this whole thing.
He killed 5 members of the aristocrats. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record.
Now, I'm gonna tell you right now.
I don't know what to say.
Open it up, and Scythe is written. Yep. Oh, wait, Courtney.
Stevens? Huh?
Steven.
Redacted
name?
for confidentiality. That's so sus, dude.
Great, thanks.
Wow,
My
it's one
hanging.
page.
Wait, hold on, but wait, Courtney,
Yeah, Stevens.
wasn't it Courtney Scythe? Or no, wait, who's?
No,
Who's Scythe?
our person is Scythe. This person is Stevens.
What's her first name?
Yeah, Courtney. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Courtney Scythe. So her last name is Stevens and not Scythe.
Could be. She could have changed her name, yeah.
Yeah, when she became the Reaper. I'm calling it that she's the Reaper, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Which makes more sense.
No,
to, Scythe.
yeah, of course. Just look at her name.
Yeah, I mean, but we have to see. This is just me metagaming Phoenix Wright already, so
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. The Shadow, the great detective, Sholmes, of course.
Put yourself down like that, dude.
Oh, he just left. Well then, Professor Havering, this is it. Today, we're gonna lay all this to rest at last.
I don't want to die. Oh, you didn't mean like that. Okay.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
Suppose he'll be in there today. Will he?
Imagine if Hairbrain just changed tune and he just like interrupts the trial saying like, no, magic is real. I saw it with my own eyes. You're right.
He becomes the anti-battler. It's just like,
Yeah. We proved his science was fake so hard that he completely changed his hypothesis.
You didn't say it in red. God, this game does have red text too, so that's the worst.
Yeah.
Drebber. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, Drebber.
We expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you've managed to find him in just one day.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, it's
Almost
kind
like this is a video game.
I really know you both so much.
Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. The scary music.
Ah, yes.
This is it then. The final chapter. That's it.
Is it?
There's only 3 cases.
Well, that's the game.
Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something is going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Kazuma!
Oh god, yeah, Cosmo's gonna be on the stand.
Yeah.
I get my own little buddy. Yep, there he is.
The reason why he's not allowed to talk is not that he's not allowed to talk, but that he doesn't understand English.
Wait, no, he studied. How the hell else would he?
Yeah,
do
that's
this?
the joke. That'd be so funny. Like he just has
forgot
no
all his
idea.
reps. He forgot all his reps.
Yeah, it's just like MGS5, right? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? He's so short.
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Don't mind the hooded figure.
Whoa. The defense is ready, my lord.
Meanwhile, Susanoo's like, what does he get to be on the screen?
Yeah.
Susanoo's just like off in the corner, like.
Wait, yeah, why is Cosmo on that side? It should be on the other side.
Well, no, like, yeah, like specifically in the camera.
Yeah, as promised. Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Do you think they wouldn't allow this man to be in court with memory loss? But you know, whatever.
Remember the law at least.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes, my lord.
Who is that handsome fellow next to you? There appears to be someone standing at your side. Like a stand.
Yes, my apprentice and assistant.
Is his name Reaper?
Don't mind. Prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this trial of this case rise considerably.
What?
Oh
That's
shit!
not a katana.
And therefore I instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. No, that's an English sword.
Yeah,
But he is definitely swinging it around with katanas. That was an Iaido slash, so yeah. He definitely has his
There
own
really is
katana.
no rules in this court. Imagine it's like Von Karma. Every time you upset him, he slashes you.
Jesus.
We get
okay.
more scars by the end of the trial.
I mean, Black Quilt did that basically.
Yeah. Did he send crows at you too, or no? I forgot.
No, he did send his crow at him once, but like every other time, he like kind of like bootleg Iaido slashes you.
Yeah. Is it true?
But like you just never see what actually hits you.
Yeah.
He's cuffed up, you know.
And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he
It's a
holds
really
himself,
fancy bottle opener.
the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia. So there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. I'm very hard.
What?
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Oh, right.
Yep, right from the get-go.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today? Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
This is a media all Any fake scientists should feel the wrath of
What? That's a very ironic statement.
I may be a scientist, but that doesn't mean I'm not Christian.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and said on one. That's it, ain't it?
Scientists are dangerous. Was like this my day. Was like this at all.
Damn, Sony Walkman.
Fuck my day.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court.
Wow.
Thank you. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case.
Hey,
the
Susato,
explosion.
why don't you ever do that for me?
The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine finally had its forced to say its full title, which was installed on the experimentation stage.
Oh no! Oh god!
Was deliberately destroyed in an explosion, affected by an unknown person or persons.
Seriously? Unknown?
Well, we can't technically prove.
It was what?
An explosion.
Can you imagine he just starts firing?
I gotta go.
Yes.
It's an outrage.
He just freaks out and starts firing.
You guys want to see an explosion? Hold on a moment. Let me just mix these vehicles real quick.
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening.
2 people fucking died.
I read that the machine was blasted to bits and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. Who? There was people there? I didn't get that.
Yeah, we don't talk about it. I have here a photographic print of the scene.
Oh wow.
Taken in the wake of an explosion.
they
Okay,
did-
this might actually help us.
So they did actually create like a image for us.
Good, which means this might actually help us, because yeah, now we see the trap door.
Yeah, there's a trapdoor.
It shows what little remains of the machine.
Can't really see anything else, honestly.
Yeah, nothing super important, but the trap door is important.
Yes, terrible business. What was
This
that
is
again?
basically just proof of a trap door being used.
Yeah. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That's strange because it's not very destroyed at all.
Yeah, the trap door's still there.
That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record.
Late yesterday afternoon.
Oh,
I'm
shh,
sorry,
shh,
I was talking
shh,
here, you piece of
shh,
shit.
shh.
Hold on a moment.
Shh, don't talk. Yeah, nothing really interesting. But what the fuck is that? Why is that red? Probably nothing.
Sorry, the pause screen destroyed me for a second. The protection afforded to the machine by the SDC was revoked.
Van Zeeks was just holding his breath the entire time.
Yeah, like this is like the moment you pause, like, oh god, no, I don't exist. It's like the world, but it's just worse because like it's just the body. Time moves on, but the body doesn't. It's like, oh no.
Oh god.
However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the intervention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions. Oh. The authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
So there's currently just like we just have to assume nothing. Like we just have to assume the machine either like just didn't work for now or something. But like because we can't see whether it worked or not.
Yeah.
However, one thing remains clear: the victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection! Objection. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Assman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. I didn't laugh at that. However, unbeknownst to the professor. Wait, hello?
Hello? You're here.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Wait, what?
Oh, okay. You're just really
Is there a
quiet.
problem?
No, you were just really quiet. I thought I...
Oh, sorry. I was just letting you talk, dude. It's your line. It's not mine.
I thought I might have DC'd. You
I
scared
guess I'm Ryunosuke now. However, unbeknownst to the professor,
However,
I'm Ryunosuke.
unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clawed fraudsters.
Claude?
Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Assman.
You finally stopped laughing at his name.
So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Gotta expose ass, man.
We have to expose his ass. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please.
Not once, my lord.
Imagine he summons Odie Assman.
I call upon the dead.
Well, he truly is the
Day of
Reaper.
I mean, today is Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, it is? Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah.
The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, I love Coco.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation,
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Dancer. Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black monocle? Yes, why, I do
Yes,
feel
I do
as though
feel as though I've seen it somewhere before.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. I'd like to try it myself.
What? But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind.
Wow, okay.
With this knife I have. Here, take this.
Oh, thank you. Knife added to the court record.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibit some days ago.
I read that as execution.
Ah, the Great Execution.
No,
Yes.
the public execution.
The public execution. Yeah, I had to correct myself for a moment there too. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. God,
Thank
now the
you.
game is making me say all the lines.
Thank you
here for this.
for saying it.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it.
Hold on, what's it called?
The super conductive. Sorry,
You haven't said it enough.
Words are my strong point, if you can tell. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? I hope you don't mind his like super robotic tone, because I'm just like, he's gonna start. If he's gonna move like a robot, I'm gonna talk like a damn robot, you know?
Yeah.
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. So our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Yes, those the blueprints that were conveniently burned.
Yes, the burning blueprints. I ran out of gas money.
Ah, yes, the blue screens.
And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
Oh my god.
Dude, robot. An amazing device, if you ask me.
It looks like his right arm is also fake. Cause they,
It looks like his whole body is fake at this point. But
yeah.
honestly, I don't know. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. A real.
Hold on. Say the whole thing. No, I'm just kidding.
Superconductive
Superconductive Tyranno.
Superconductive Tyranno. Sorry.
What?
Sorry, I was busy running my Yu-Gi-Oh AI.
Good gracious. He's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro in 2022. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection! But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of this.
Why are we still arguing?
We literally just discussed that now that it's blown.
His science is fake!
Look, I will protect my friend to the end. You know how this works. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by a means of stage trickery.
I hate it here. I can't believe Van Zeeks blew up the machine.
Van Zeeks is literally using power of friendship to be evil. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more.
What the? What happened to the screen? What? I
Hello.
sneezed. I sneezed and it broke. Okay, it's back, right? You can still see it, right?
Hold on a moment. I think all the candles went out in the courtroom.
Sorry.
Who blew on the gas?
Rinosuke sneezed so hard he blew out all the candles.
Why does it smell like gas in here?
Even though the candles are protected by that glass casing.
Well, I mean, no, I won't.
But Ass, we've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood.
Dun dun.
His animations kill me.
Yeah.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Aspen's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
You fuck. The wax.
Yeah. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and the crash headfirst into the crystal tower.
He's so smart. I want to slap him.
Like, we already know about the wax statue. That's literally the reason why he did the wax statue. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Oh, fuck you.
Perhaps Hairbrain is nothing more than his namesake.
Maybe Hairbrain is actually Shamspear.
Wait, why is it
A
everybody
body
Shamspear?
double.
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. You have a magician on the stand, please. He
sure
literally
seems
vouched for this.
But if Asman was dead before the exhibition, someone easily could have used the Korean technique to.
What? No! We can't bring that channeling into this. the deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with the fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Oh, not yet, baby. Not yet.
Baby. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Aspen had no twin siblings. Or a wife.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a
Don't know
wife.
why don't know why they added that in the report, but
He had no wife that looked just like him.
no maidens.
It's my understanding that this witness is maidenless. But such talents do not indicate that he's actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean? Mean.
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it is true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for the young talent in science. This is going to be super important for absolutely no reason.
That's literally there just to prove that he's a scientist. Fuck you.
This is my scientist award.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
I can't wait for that trophy to be a Chekhov's gun somehow.
What if it's a fake? What if it's fake? He just made it.
He forged it.
Yeah, he just forged
If the
it.
hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wills to sniveling talented scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
An unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science.
That's what he looks like.
So he's trying to say that he just provided a murder tool, and that it was Hairbrain's idea.
Yeah. Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please.
Like, he's not gonna dodge his crimes. He knows his damn crimes, but he's gonna be like,
Yeah.
well, I didn't commit the murder.
Yeah,
It was
just an
it was
accomplice."
his idea. I just put the tools together.
Yes, my lord. You're right. You are just a tool.
Oh wait, what the fuck?
Dun dun. The kinesis machine.
No super electric bullshit.
Hold it! Hold it. Say the entire name. So you're actually already acquainted with Miss Asman.
Checks the name mentioned in the papers. No interest in his private affairs. He was an investor. He was a line.
I doubt it.
Is it?
Yeah. His name is very shameful.
God, this animation is way too much.
Especially considering one of the reasons why he's famous is the fake professor story about how he came back.
Yeah.
Mine like no other. Hold it!
So I have a good feeling we just have to press the wax on it.
Press the wax on it. Cover him in wax.
Or very specific, because we have the glass shard, right? Can we just like present the glass shard?
Perhaps.
that came from the wax. Or is that going too far?
I think,
it's like,
I think that's too far. I think that's too far. We need to show him the wax, and then we need to show him why, like, it's related.
Like you can't prove that the wax statue was there. Here's proof of the wax statue with the crystal tower glass. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And also we've found the head.
Yeah, so we found head. Well, I think that's the only like wax statue thing we can present, really. Because we don't have the actual wax statue.
Yeah,
we have only the head.
Yeah.
Like the only things that we have related to the wax statue are the head and the shard.
Yeah.
Objection!
Mr. Asman was a twin! We just established.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twins. I heard you before. I just wanted to believe.
To be fair, though.
No question, the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the crystal tower. When he was found at the scene, attests to the fact.
Really?
At least that's someone, but it could definitely be something. Yes, think about it, Naruto. Think about it. Yes. Hold it! I really just want to open up that damn helmet.
Yeah, but we can't.
That's like the biggest mystery to me.
We don't have a key. Miss Green, come back. Miss Green, come back. Give us your key.
We need your key. Your key is the skeleton key. I don't think you realized.
Another one of your unique inventions. What a surprise.
The neck was broken from a headlong fall. Yeah, how would you know that?
Infernal ripples.
2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. He was stabbed in the chest, and he fell.
Ryunosuke, why did you say that it was a screwdriver?
You know what? Just could have held that from him. Correct, my learned friend.
Very
research
specific.
for once in his damn life.
Because I don't know, in my opinion, I believe that it was the arrow that stabbed him in the chest, but maybe not.
Well, the problem is that we can't really prove that either. Because the problem right now is like it matches up with the screwdriver. So whatever the case is, it might have happened post-mortem or something. I don't know. Hold it!
Sure.
I do not understand what goes in that man's head.
Shutting machine without understanding. That seems very reckless.
Damn.
Oh, fuck you!
Wow.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruto.
The point is the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis combustion.
Combustion. You're just making up words.
Well, it did explode, didn't it? I'm not wrong.
God. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
I don't think.
Bottom text.
Bottom text.
Now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it's a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing Mr. Professor's an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber?
So
just might as well throw the twin. The head, probably.
I'm just gonna look at it one more time.
Because the only thing we have to see is the lock.
Yeah,
It's either that or it's gonna be the glass shard. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume.
I think it's a. Oh, why is this here?
Oh wait, when did we get this?
I don't remember getting this at all.
Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
Rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly, Mr. Drebber was a very talented scientist.
And there's blood on the other side.
God.
Other side?
Nope.
Nope, that was it.
I like how it's always like a safe bet. Like, oh, look here, there's blood. It appears Aspen actually died from a bonk. Objection! Oh,
Nope,
no,
okay.
it's not it. Alright.
Then
Yeah, it's-
the wax, the glass.
I doubt it's the wax, but we'll check it. It might be the wax because like, it probably says in like the description or something stupid like that.
Well, glass.
Just gonna look at it. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, the only.
Objection! Nope.
Nope. Okay. Both.
Something about
factors-
that statement seems odd. Oh, fuck.
That's 2 lives down. That's quick as hell. All right, it has to be this.
Yeah, because
Definitely
they really talked about this a lot.
And we already pressed everything, so let's do one thing at a time. No, roll sides, no. Camera, no. Photo, wait, can we stare at Drebber's photo for some random reason?
Why?
I don't know why, I just thought it'd be... we have to, like, randomly prove something in this picture is important. Wait, hold on, okay, no, my brain... I was going nuts for a second. I thought the lady in the back left was Giselle Brett.
It could be.
Oh god, just randomly Giselle Brett also
Yeah.
in this picture.
Could be. We don't know that.
That's an old picture, she wouldn't be alive.
No. She would be alive. It's only 10 years old.
Watch we have to present this and be like, well, he looks really stiff here.
No, I think that's too silly. Because everyone saw him. We had like a whole
Yeah.
ass cutscene of him getting inside the machine.
Autopsy.
Maybe it's one of the things where I have to press again.
Hold it!
You want to just go from the start again? Okay.
Yeah. It might
No,
be
but
one of
I
those
feel
things
like
where it's
this
like,
has to-
see, because we press this one statement, we have to press this other statement again.
Oh, these animations are gonna be really bad when we do this. As much as I love the animation on him, it's like
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
it's
really
gonna be
bad.
very
We're gonna
slow.
retry. Let me just-
Hold it!
I'll just check this
Those
out.
shows a fraud.
Objection!
Or maybe we presented it on the wrong thing.
That's the one that makes the most sense.
Like back up to the other one, I guess. I don't know. Wait, just back up to the previous stage before this.
No, it's just a blueprint.
Hold it!
It was, or maybe we could provide that there was a trick. Because there's one statement where Naruhodo specifically like, hold on, I'm thinking about something.
Yeah, that was it. The one that I just checked. That's why I skipped.
On the twins, right?
Yeah, that was the twins one. That's where he thought about it.
The doubles.
Yeah, and yet we don't have the right.
Hold it!
I feel like we do.
I thought we did too, but they didn't take it, so it has to be something else.
Cause it can't, whatever it is, it can't be the last statement because you've already like. If it was like a thing of like pressing things, like we press everything before the last statement.
Exactly.
So
So we don't.
the
need to
last
check that.
statement is already eliminated. Like we have to, you have to redo that again.
Yeah.
Dive in his neck. From
This one was really long too. Oh wait, maybe we go to the trick one and we present the
Yeah, there's no trick, so we present like the open
the broken
cage door.
Yeah.
Objection!
No?
Oh, it's real.
Wow, we are stuck here. Ooh boy. Okay.
Oh god,
Okay,
this is
it
the
has to be
final.
the tr-
This is the final case.
Oh god, we're at this. Okay. No trick. Okay, not this one. Let's go back to the twins. What can we prove for the twin? So, but the victim of a twin? No.
But Courtney Scythe did. No, I was kidding.
Uh,
That would be
Courtney
very
did.
wrong.
no. We already did the wax thing. This doesn't prove twins.
I know it
But
doesn't.
there was blood here.
I know it doesn't, but I want to check it again.
Ah, what a dark stain. I wonder who left their strawberry juice here.
Mmm, strawberry.
Delicious.
What if it's one of those things where, what if it's like 9 and 9 where you have like combine different objects together?
Oh god, no.
Oh, alright, let's put the picture of Drebber in here. Oh, it shows a new
Yeah,
picture.
yeah, and then it shows the true criminal.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
And you're just taking a picture of Drebber again. It's like, hey, it's the criminal. Anyway,
If you put that picture of
back up,
Drebber
back up.
in the camera, it ages him
This
10
is
years.
not gonna help here. Okay.
Yeah.
Photo Drebber. Birdcage. No. Photograph of the balloon. Okay. This is gonna sound okay. If this doesn't work, I don't know.
What?
Maybe we can do photograph of balloon.
On the body double?
Because this is gonna sound really stupid.
Do you think that the man in the picture is a wax?
Yeah.
Objection!
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I had nothing better to do.
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna
was like,
game over
that,
on
no
this one.
way.
We're gonna game over really quick. on this
Everyone saw him walk in the machine.
one. Well, they're all idiots. I don't know. This whole
Trevor, you
town could just be
fuck.
full of lemmings.
Trevor, you
Save 'em.
fuck. It was.
At least game over. This is not too bad. It just puts you right back to the last thing.
Yeah.
So. God, I don't know. Because it's either there was no trick, which you have to prove there's a trick.
Objection!
Nope, it
Well.
wasn't in town. I was trying to.
The problem,
I was trying to
we
say
also-
something about the fucking green balloon.
No, so the thing is, I don't think we can right now prove that against there's no trick because we don't have the evidence of the real machine.
Exactly.
Like he's insistent that we can't go on the argument of there's no trick because for now we have to just believe the science is real.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
They don't have to press a button
Guilty.
for guilty. They just say guilty and then the chairs change.
Yeah.
Voice activated.
Good old ye old voice activated murder. And now Hairbrain's dead.
Good night. I'm going back to play Mother 3 on my Nintendo 3DS. Yes, it is. It's on the eShop.
Is it?
I'm pretty
Wait,
sure.
No. So don't fuck with me. Retire from scene. You do not want to try resume from save. You don't want the one life again.
Resume from title screen.
Resume from title screen. Just the old ways of dying.
Dun, dun.
So now I
Let's
really
save
have
here,
to.
because
I
I remember.
genuinely don't know. Okay. Let's save over the other. Yeah, let's save over
Yeah.
this one.
Hey, let's
Alright,
put on our
how we gonna do
thinking
this?
caps.
All right. Let's go over the. Can we go over all the things we have right now? This is definitely a present. I don't know what we can. Great exhibition news.
You know what? Let's
there anything-
look at stuff again. Nope, nothing new.
Because we only have those two. The crossbow doesn't help enough. Wait, hold on. Was there a new thing text for that? No.
No. It always does that when you load in an item. It shows like
Yeah.
the light first, but then it's nothing.
For a second. Yeah, it's weird. The piece of cloth that doesn't help. The experiment sketch that doesn't help prove that there was a twin. Is there anything on the victim that we could prove?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna take a wild guess. Let's throw the victim picture. And this is gonna sound really stupid. Throw the victim
I mean,
picture at the twin.
If we're guessing, then it's not that stupid. It's whatever. Might as well just.
That's
shit.
my only idea. Because we can't prove tricks. We can only prove proof.
Yeah, sometimes their logic is just way too ahead of us.
So my logic right now is that the picture of the dead man that we have is actually a fake one.
Objection!
Okay, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so because we established in court that it's the real him.
Okay, so is there another statement? Hold on, okay, let's go. Is there any other statements we could prove right now? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above the heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower.
How about we present this picture? It's like appear above their heads. It was from the balloon, right?
Do you want? Sure, we have something better
Yeah.
there. Nope. Okay. The problem is, I feel like we just can't prove the trickery stuff at all, which is really stupid.
Which is
we can't
stupid
prove,
because
like,
we did
the
that
people
last
proved
game,
yesterday.
last time, yeah.
Like everything we did yesterday is pointless right now
I know. It's so stupid.
because of this.
Okay, how about this? Because there's a clear.
Oh wait, yeah, it didn't go head first. It didn't. You're right.
Yeah. Oops.
That has to be it because it wasn't head first.
Yeah.
Objection!
What? Fuck.
Holy
You're
fuck.
right.
Yeah.
They kept talking about the body double, but like I just realized, yeah,
The
problem
body
is
double
it
was a
wasn't
red
head
herring.
first.
I don't know why Naruto was so invested in that.
It's like fucking Naruhodo, don't throw me off.
Yeah,
I was on the fucking body double
he
joke.
messed with us. He tricked us.
Ugh.
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves.
Damn it, Naruhodo.
As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Also, there's no body double. I'm sorry.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower.
30 of those feet?
Yes, 30 feet. It's a lot of feet.
That's 15 people.
That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. This is like the most nitpicky thing ever.
Yes, this is very nitpicky. It's like,
All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
what? Wait, what are you saying?
I agree. That's the opposite of where they should be.
Also, why was what like highlighted?
Yeah, the highlights in this game mean nothing, honestly.
What are you saying?
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have
I'm
reports of
assuming
the birdcage falling headlong in the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom.
So I'm gonna take a wild guess and assume this is like the second bird cage that would have just fell down the stage into the trapdoor.
Yeah, they like swapped the cages or something.
Yeah.
The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Oh my god. It's always like there was another person, there was another cage, there's another balloon. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Yeah.
Right? Great ace attorney. Ah. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage at the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Okay, yes.
Objection!
Objection. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first.
birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon, flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion.
Oh,
I'm really into this.
suddenly Van Zeke says witness statements don't matter. Oh, okay. It always only matters if it's your right.
It only matters what I say, alright? I don't care about this witness. This is a show anyway. An altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
Thanks for the translation.
They really cut this Susanoo for that.
He just cut the Susanoo for that specifically. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Oh, suddenly
No,
they're unreliable.
Even it's like 70 witnesses.
Exactly.
Objection!
Objection.
They're-
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden
He was
cage.
strapped in. His legs would be broken, not his neck if he
Yeah.
fell tail first.
True. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
He was in what we would now be known as a seatbelt.
Oh.
He's about to say some shit that incriminates himself.
A riveting scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually.
He knows way too much. Ah, he wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes. There is also one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick. I don't know if I want to do like the red in like a really weird voice. It's like, it obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth was plainly demonstrates.
Maybe that's like his verbal tick or something. Cause he has
It
like
wasn't a trick.
red, he has like orange red statements at the most random spots.
Yeah. I don't understand what they want.
Gah. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter.
Oh, we're still on this then? Remember, amend the testimony. Okay, well,
Details of this truth.
of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
Right, time to lose more HP.
Time to die more.
I nearly had him there. Well, back to the body double.
We're still stuck on this. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
What is he saying?
You should know you're Japanese.
What?
The cases clearly took place because there's nowhere. Hold on,
The birdcage.
I was
Good
reading
Too bad I'm saying.
my lines. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. That is an immediate lie, and you made me both know this.
Oh, oh, thank you for the line dance, Wise. Welcome in. I hope you're having a
my
great
AI
day
is coming.
today. We're kind of struggling. So I'm guessing that the trap door wasn't.
Yeah, it's a trapdoor.
Yeah, it's a trap door,
As-
not not something that elevates. So it
Oh
immediately
no,
just.
I know. So the idea is that it drops the birdcage immediately, and
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
same time the birdcage from the balloon pops out. So it's a classic disappearing act.
I'm fantastic. No, you're fantastic.
You're amazing.
No, like what I was thinking was that it's something that lowers him down, but in actuality, it doesn't lower him down.
It's a drop.
It just
like,
straight
he
up
has, like,
drops his ass. So he
Yeah.
obviously didn't know that would happen to him.
No, he probably knew. He just didn't expect it.
There's no way he would
the
know
investigation.
because that would break his bones. What do you mean?
Well, Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive, on stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Assman on the experimentation stage, that's true.
Everyone was looking at that ass. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
Second impact.
Third strike, my favorite fighting game. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up.
I'm more of a fan of Street Fighter Turbo.
Rainbow Edition, my favorite. You don't want to know about Rainbow Edition. That's cursed. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance of the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. There you go. The victim himself must have beamed from the stage to the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant. Scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
And I get extremely more confused. Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air. I mean, how much is that in meters?
Yeah, you want
Irritatingly, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not American. Yep. Yeah, okay, we have to go backwards. Yep.
Nor
And
then we present the machine.
Throw the trapdoor.
Objection!
What?
What?
What? You're kidding! Oh, no. This is stupider. Open up the diagram of the stage.
Yeah. Probably.
Objection!
Yeah.
I
I
can't
was gonna say
believe
open it, but that works too, because yeah, it's gonna show it's the exact same height.
Yeah. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Oh shit, scared me. We know that somehow. The birdcage appeared in midair before falling down in the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
No, can you please stop this alternate?
However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No. Not feet.
Not feet. I see you're more of an ass man. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place in which you are referring to on this same diagram.
Once again, by the way, this could just be proven by the trap door, but we have to go like 30 steps around.
I know, right?
Yeah. Just literally just to
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Tell us the exact measurements again.
Give us the T.
Give us the T.
Not the poison one.
That is the T. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height, above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see that it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Now point to where he would have fallen. Oh my god. When the experiment...
I'm sorry, you have to spell this whole thing out for me. I'm really bad at visualizing.
I'm old.
I'm
When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage was engulfed in steam. My leg! At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Yeah. Unfortunately, Drebber didn't calculate how the second birdcage would fall.
No, he probably did. He just didn't expect people to figure this out, you know? Look, sometimes you commit crimes and don't think of people expecting to see all your trickery.
But he's a genius.
Yeah, but he's also a magician. He doesn't expect people to figure out his magician tricks.
Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
But there weren't two birds.
What?
I don't even... My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design, despite the fact that I gave you that exact evidence not 2 minutes before the trial started.
Now explain, my learned friend. Was there a twin brother?
Was there a hole? Did the ass fall in the hole?
Yes, I will indeed prove that there were two holes in Aspen. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine itself. It's true.
I'm glad you remembered it.
Of course I remember it. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Like, literally, it's right there.
Why didn't we show this first? Come on, you guys. Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine.
Thanks for blowing up the machine, idiot.
Right. The defense calls for the slates below the machine to be investigated immediately. Why didn't we do that?
Yeah.
Why didn't we do that before the trial?
Oh god, the police are idiots.
Imagine, like, watch.
Well, no,
it's probably
not the
covered in, like,
police,
blood.
Remember, it's not the police, it's the FIT.
Yeah,
the
it's the
FIT
FIT's
are
fault.
being very sus right now.
Yeah, it's the FIT's fault. Mr. Drebber,
Yeah.
it was you who built the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. Machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber, the Weber. Whoa. That animation.
Yeah, the double slam. Ah!
Objection!
Very rare you get the double slam.
Yeah. Wow! Are you kidding me?
My learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions.
He's basically using our best friend's, like, corpse as his slave.
He's just an advanced bottle opener. And now I will crush this.
What a waste!
The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely.
What?
I didn't even get to savor that one. Your argument fails to hold water, just like my chalice fails to hold wine.
My leg!
On 2 counts.
Oh no, there
Both
were two birds.
cages.
Two?
2?
Two?
Just Axel comes in 2.
Two?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine.
I'm so flattered!
Every relevant member of staff in the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experimentation. Why did I say that? All ass.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
Objection! But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow? That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point.
God.
And the second flaw in your assertion, sorry. Same, it's synonyms. What do you want from me?
That's not
Is a
the
distinct
same.
lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
The money we established last trial. There was a grant money involved. A motive. Do I think of everything myself? We can
Yes.
easily like put this in every case in every single game.
Sorry, you are this court's singular brain cell.
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
Say it, Naegi. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Assman. It reads,
How convenient.
Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all from the government grants or other income.
Remunerations.
I'm sorry, I'm not really good with my English.
It's
despite
basically a three-way split.
being- yeah.
30%.
No, how's it a three-way split?
Him,
Because
you know, and Hairbrain.
no, but it would that's 30. But what? So the problem is there's a whole 70. Because it'll be 30, 35, 35. It's not really a split.
Yeah. It's not.
It's
It
a very
can't- it
uneven
can't-
split.
Yeah, it can't be exact, but it's barely. It's like not that much of a difference. You know what I mean?
Also, hello, Master. How's it going?
Welcome in, Master Drebber. The web is sticky white web. Oh no.
Please don't get your web all over this place.
He has his web all over this case. All over the mission.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive.
That's very strange.
That is a very specific thing that is written in red on this contract. I'm reading the color of... In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Assman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Well, that blows the grant motive out.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
Wow!
I could have just said zero, but nil sounded a lot cooler.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Please.
Who signed the contract? Okay,
Drebber's
new
contract,
evidence,
and
cool! Let's
entered
see
in
who
the contract.
signed it, and then Courtney's involved
Courtney
somehow.
signed.
Please, I swear to God.
Assman and E. Drebber.
Drebber, Assman,
Yep, that's it.
30% of all.
Nothing
this
really
is-
interesting about it at all.
I was gonna say, God forbid they got it notarized by Courtney. It's like
Right?
I'm also a notarizer.
Van Zeeks, stop making me question my sexuality. Based.
I'm not doing anything. I just have a really stupid voice for this.
It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were two birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion. God, you're messing me up.
Yeah.
That are undeniable truths too.
Oh, 3 a.m. Very early for you, but
Alright.
thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
then.
thanks for stopping
See
by
ya.
and saying hi. Please, get some
be sure to watch
rest.
the VOD, I guess. If you're interested.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Rejoinder? Hardly know.
What? Really stupid joke. Drebber is not entertained by this joke.
Drebber, I hardly know her. He laughed. I heard that.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead of my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Objection.
Gee, I wonder who said that. It could only possibly... Okay.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
What, there's two culprits? What? Like, get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
We're just gonna throw in random
Yeah.
people now. Yeah,
I knew it. Someone else? Counsel, you suggesting?
the Phoenix Wright classic of throwing random people into the mix.
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. A woman by the name of Miss Lotta Hart.
Objection!
Are you trying to fit my camera with that? Oh, come the fuck on. An accomplice now? Well then, I presume.
No, it's because we accuse her like every trial. Actually, it's Windy Oldneck.
Ah, what sniper rifle? You're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes.
I don't know who it is exactly, but maybe Courtney
I'm
Scythe.
going to assume it's Scythe.
Yeah.
If these accusations turn out to be false,
Because if she's at the... If she's the one, then it's really easy to falsify everything.
yeah, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. That's just stupid what you're trying
I'm
to do
sorry.
here.
Well, counsel, you intend to pursue this course and firmly accuse another party of involvement in this matter. Yes, I do.
Are we gonna go out of our way to be like, just call out the PI,
Yes.
just call the fit right now?
At the moment, this is more than a hunch on my part. I saw a skeleton in her office. She's evil.
If it was Aspen's body.
I don't know for sure. That'd be very morbid. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is a culprit here.
Drebber. Sorry, my brain was like,
What? One way or another, hello. I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not?
oh, we're gonna name it right now. We're
Yes.
never back.
We're pointing it right now.
As the wise old man in my card shop once told me, never pull out.
What? The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice.
The context, don't ask.
I won't. I've also heard you say this before, and I will never ask. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not
Yeah.
a possibility.
But that's according to the coroners.
Yes. Coroner. I'll corner her. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Because they really wanted to make sure, like, you understand the
Counsel.
PIC, the PIC. Sorry,
The
that's
FIT?
Great Ace Attorney too. That's investigations too. Sorry,
Yeah.
my brain. But the FIT is like really sus because they're the only people that have been investigating anything.
Yeah. My lord.
Which would also explain why the
You've received
the
a
bomb
stark
happened.
warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. If you get this wrong, I'll take away all your good boy points.
No, not my good boy points.
Your answer, please, and you'll be forced to sit in the back of the class.
I almost got my golden star sticker.
No more golden stars.
It was Bohemian Boy.
It was Bohemian Boy. It was Gina. She
Gina, why
survived
did
the
you do
last
this
game
again?
just so that she could be executed in this one.
Oh no, what do you mean you
Reaper's
put it in the
curse has
stand again?
returned.
Take that!
This is
The name of the person in question is.
what's wrong, my Japanese friend.
I'm shaking. I can't say it.
Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this is a big knee to drop.
Naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Well, this is the right answer.
Yeah? Dude,
I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me.
it's not like the first time we went against the government in court.
Yeah. Just being from a different country means everyone hates you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. What?
What?
Alright then, here goes.
But I'm short. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Council, now.
I'm only 5'11".
And I'm 6.
No! The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you all talking about? Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? You mad?
We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a large crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Alright, well, I feel like if Courtney is like the big boss for this trial, maybe Strongheart is evil.
Maybe Strongheart is evil. Because if Courtney's right-hand man is...
Yeah.
If Courtney's like his right-hand man, something's wrong here.
Exactly. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Just get this guy out of here.
I don't want to deal with Mr. Roboto here.
Get the sticky web out of here.
Waluigi and like Cornball only said like 2 things. You got a nerve. I'm sorry. I was about to say you too, but you got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, driving the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I'll fucking shoot you, mate. I know the woman very well. No better dead room worker out there.
She's dead?
How dare you call her a criminal? My learned Nipponese friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night.
Lamau.
I added the Nipponese for that happened.
Wait, you didn't say that? Oh, she did.
No, I just added Nipponese.
Whoa!
Sorry, I had to bring up Japan on you for a moment. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument.
Haha,
The entire rest of the team. Which the prosecution demands you address at once. What, like her motive?
grave problem. Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppel? Oh, we're finally doing this? The victim's doppelganger.
Nobody. Or I guess you could say the wax, I guess.
Well, yeah, so the wax fell from the sky, and
Yes,
then
exactly.
they,
Then they
did a
swapped
full
it.
body switch.
Yeah.
Like, in the investigation.
Yeah. The FIT could have just swapped it themselves.
Yeah. Because nobody would have investigated the wax statue at all.
Exactly. Certainly. If the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone that even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. This also finally proves the glass and the wax smell, so.
Exactly.
Which means that there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double. for
God,
Mr.
they're
Ass.
basically like shoving it in the face. Yes, it wasn't a person. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a person. That's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages. And there must have also been one person inside each. There actually were two birds. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence.
Yeah, because we can't really name someone here.
Yeah,
I think
it's not naming anyone. That's a trick.
unless you want to grab Madame Tuspils in here.
No, that's not how that works. Very
I'm
well.
sorry, you wanted me to talk about wax?
In offense,
How do you feel about wax?
you idiot! How can a woman be mistaken for Okeranigou? And also, why is she in good shape? She should be very injured.
And dead.
True nature, Mr. Assman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? You mean the one you tried to present from the beginning? I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage hiding inside the balloon was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away.
Yeah, but
So who was it
nobody
that
would have
appeared
seen
out of
the
that
close-up.
explosion, some 18 meters above the spectators? That's like, what, 60 feet? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
And glass? Oh, we're doing this first.
We know that the victim, Mr. Assman, was in the birdcage, but situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Okay, I guess I'm
Yes.
ahead of time.
Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events, and that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact...
Or did we fuck up?
It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that.
I needed some affirmation.
Yes, I needed affirmation. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing that... What? When did we
What
get
are
that?
you doing here?
When did we bring that in? Where?
Did
When?
no one want to address the elephant in the room?
Was that there the whole time?
When did that get there? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. This is not an invitation, by the way.
Naruhodo had his
tell me,
eyes closed the entire
what
time.
is that?
He pointed that out.
What are you playing at?
Oh yeah, Van Zeeks would know this person very well.
Yeah.
Stand firm now, Rinosuke. This is a time to show your Japanese spirit. Yo! As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. By the way, come check out Madame Tuspils after the courtroom. It's only 50 shillings. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor!
Objection!
You think I don't know? He started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime.
Literally, from anyone else's point of view, we're insane. But we know
Yeah,
what
we really are.
We look
We know what we're
entirely
talking
insane.
about. And now you move on to indicting Waxworks.
I believe we should call the Professor in as a witness. Revive the dead.
Put the Waxwork on the stand.
Yes.
Your professor.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't quite
what's,
hear you.
What's your Professor? That's
Your
about the
name
size
is
of
Professor. But why? And why this Waxwork? What is it doing here?
We have no idea why they chose this one.
Why is it here? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. This is actually... What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harrigan performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. By the way, great exhibit. Very scary. Did you say abducted?
Yes, worth 50 shillings. Hey, I'll take your tickets right now, by the way. Hi, I'm Sholes. I'm one of the works there.
Yes, he came to court early in the morning just to show the museum.
He's here to show.
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
The timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman. Go!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? I hope you didn't fall asleep. That the witness
What's
fabricated
that?
this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience.
Well, when you say it like that, it sounds a little bit insane.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that, to the effect of the deception, used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you...
Oh my god, he's forcing us to do that,
The...
Objection!
the defense thing. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah.
Wait! I don't want to do it. Like, yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Completely unpersuaded by the prosecution.
I wish. Very good in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
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 Wow.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Not guilty. Wait, sorry, I got the wrong one.
I was asleep.
Well, trial over.
Bring in the dancing prawn. So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, as stupid as you sounded.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do.
You
Literally
just have to
always.
prove your harebrained scheme.
And uncover some new truth along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. That's the word.
I forgot about that.
Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Meanwhile, I'm off to go get some more wine. Bottle opener, come with me. Asoki's just now a bottle opener, man.
Yeah, he literally is. The juror's contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be the accomplice to any. Why are we starting off with me? Hold on a moment.
Right?
Sorry, I blew.
Can you explain? So, you've known her for years. What was her name again? Courtney Chops? Courtney Cutter? It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? That's an important statement.
I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
Damn base.
Based. Fuck the police.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxworker was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. I have literal proof in my...
Accusing someone without right evidences? It's not a privilege job, is he? I won't have it.
Don't put the corn on the table. It's
Gross.
sanitary. Ugh.
So,
I found this on the floor.
Oh, ah!
somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems that the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Yeah,
How did we get that in?
given that its face is obscured, its build in no way resembles that of the victim.
Justice, no. Did we ask permission from Madame Tuspells? Can we
Did
borrow
we?
this?
I stole it from the. I stole it myself, actually.
Oh my god.
It was a free preview. It was a trial run.
They're losing so, she's losing so much money.
My money.
Literally the entire court stage is watching this.
I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity. I'm sorry, I don't know English.
They're playing this trial on Fox News.
Suggesting it as Mr. Askin's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling that it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
Yeah, it's so stupid that it must be true. That's the
Yeah.
logic here.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto?
I'm not.
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
Seek a way out.
Seek a way out. Watch
Suddenly this
watch
became,
the
Zero Escape.
watch the professor's like Asman's brother or something.
It really is just ends up being Aspen's
Yeah.
brother.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with summation examination. Yes, my lord. God, it's always so weird to see him like just standing there, because we don't
Wouldn't
really
realize,
like
okay, it's like-
we don't usually like see him.
God, and we really are starting from all the way on the right. He
Yeah.
had no hesitation.
We
to,
go
like,
right to
Forget order. I'm going.
Hold it!
Forget order. I'm going first. I don't give a shit.
the order of things seem to have
Yeah.
changed around here for some reason. We're doing it the Japanese way.
I'm a cop of that. Cops' discretion to bend the rules sometimes. Yeah. Huh. This is That's a lie.
That's
What's wrong with that? He pulls out his gun.
oh, this
God.
is some yabai implications.
This is.
Cops bending the rules. Where do I start?
I'll shoot you right now, mate.
Oh no.
I'm working at the yard for 40 odd years.
Yes, even more than I thought.
I was a baby.
What? Wait, you're only 40 years old? Oh.
Look, trust God to know, alright? We've only had the Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. The public don't trust cops back when I started. Rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well. When we did. Present science was in its infancy too. Even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe.
He's gonna confuse. Yeah, that's right. About 10 years ago now, was it? It was when I was youngish Bobby on the beat.
Oh, he recognized the name.
That's when she started making a name for herself as top-class code. Now look at her. Added the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no,
And the woman.
I don't know why I had to get that far, but
I mean, it is quite
you won't hear
important,
me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
especially for the times. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
God, no trigger discipline here either.
Yeah.
We're all to uphold justice, lad. Full of it we were. Full of it.
Who's him? Coming
No, that's
across
German.
loud and clear.
That sound like a German.
Hold it!
I love the music. Okay, there's some reason
Yeah,
for
I'm ready
that.
to. Put your newspaper down, sir.
So I trust the police.
What? Wait. The one in the far front of this country is...
He's just established.
The idea
saying
that she's somehow involved in this murky business. So, she was also involved in the arrest of the Reaper thing.
Yeah.
Which, again, proves that she may or may not just be the Reaper herself, because she keeps getting involved in every single thing related to the Reaper.
I think they're just trying to establish like why the jurors trust her, because she's always like, doing her job.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Oops. Hold it! No, little me!
Yes. I hate
Damn. Well, quite simply because the unselling Swender has no relationship with the woman, does it? Yeah, but we do. If we could prove her old name, we could prove it easily.
Yeah.
So it'd be delightfully romantic if they somehow mutual interest in the wax.
God.
Sorry,
Excuse me? Romantic?
I'm sorry. I write fan fictions. If you haven't noticed, a woman in society sets himself to use everything in terms of relationships. You know, I ship everybody.
I ship Drebber with with Sharou. It was you. You're the one who wrote that.
Oh wait!
You forgot?
I forgot about Drebber Strong.
That's why I brought it up. What?
I see you're acquainted with my handiwork.
Oh
I'm
my
fine.
god, she ships
He
antiques with hair braid. I knew it. Obviously, whenever you put friendships between two men in fiction, people are gonna ship them no matter what. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
Waxwork and Dr. Cycling enough.
Yes. A whiff.
Yes.
Wangy.
Oh, we definitely need to push
Hold it!
real quick.
Oh, this is the one guy that hates the police, so it might be easy to convince.
Fuck the police. Me and my brother used to do all sorts of crimes.
Yes, but that dang Mario.
In my day.
Well, that
Oh,
hello. Oh.
Oh yeah, he of course he has something to
This
say.
is zero trigger discipline.
Of course
This is
he has something to say.
Revolver Ocelot, my favorite character.
Remember that? Was that from a Metal Gear Awesome thing where it's Revolver Ocelot's just spinning his gun? It's Liquid Snake's like, oh no, stop, Ocelot! And then it's like, and then it just cuts to like them at Ocelot's funeral or something.
I don't remember that, but that sounds hilarious. We definitely have to go back over that immediately. Of course, the guy shit-talking the police would immediately piss off the policeman on the
Yeah, this is great. Scotland Yard stick. Oh.
More measurements. My favorite type of humor.
Hold it!
Oh, okay, sure.
Of course, we have to.
Hold on, let me just quickly make my lead. I don't
Sorry?
know why it starts purple. If this... Well, okay, I understand why it starts purple. There is a logical reason. This is a very random, like, observation.
Are you gonna start a lean rant?
No, not lean. No, I was gonna say, because the thing is when it comes to, any, so, there's I know a bit of, like, color artistic theory in a way. Usually when you color something purple, it tends to make it seem like unnatural. Because there's very few like natural colors in the world that are purple. Hello? Evidence of the west side of the barricade.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the glass.
Yeah, you want to just go right away and throw it at him?
Alright, let's just throw it at him.
Yeah, I don't want to redo this part. Just do it.
Yeah, just throw it at him.
I mean, we already have the evidence. We can prove this immediately. But yeah, like,
we trust
usually
men
see,
in
like,
white
purple.
coats.
Yeah. Like, that's why you see, like, poison usually referred to as, like, purple. Even though, like, poison's never actually purple. But it's, like, it's unnatural, therefore.
Color of space.
That too.
Take that!
It's an unnatural color, so... What's that? Piece of glass. Wait, hold on. This is my police voice. Hold on a moment. That's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal
Are
Tower.
you describing glass or rubber? I can't tell.
Rubber, hardly know.
Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From which this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. You didn't say anything.
Oh, fuck it. Well, as I said, I trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
Whoa.
What does that mean? In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
Sir, you're also wearing a black coat.
I don't trust myself, alright?
In that case, Juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
That piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the wet
Hold it!
inside the birdcage. So
Perfect. So now we can use him to stab someone else.
Don't say it like that.
I'm saying it like that. I'm saying as it is.
Oh, we're gonna murder the other jurors.
Yes.
What's the matter with you? Say some words of thanks? Wonderful like that.
What is it about scientists, honestly?
Accusing someone?
Hold it!
How old are you?
What? Why is that important?
This is a very important part.
Colonel Cobb!
Yo, my boy Colonel Cobb.
Thank you! Alright, this is the best statement. Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on me way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
You're murdering him!
Yes, nibbling seemed to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial.
It's another source of infinite food.
I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever some big decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
Yes, fortune telling.
You're talking about your cob of corn. Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty owl. Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble. Holy shit. She's still
she
going.
okay? She sounds like a typewriter.
She's still, yeah, they brought back the typewriter lady.
You need one typewriter.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like people do back home. So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn.
So this is where Square Enix gets all its business decisions. Have you heard about that whole thing, by the way?
Wait, what?
I have to show you the article, but like, there's been like some history of like Square Enix getting like business decisions from literal fortune tellers.
Oh.
Where like
I wouldn't be
move, like,
surprised
offices,
considering...
and there was like different ideas, but like the head CEO like went to a fortune teller, is like, you shouldn't go to Shinjuku, it's bad luck. And like this, it was like, what?
I wouldn't be
Like-
surprised considering all the bad decisions they made.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, I don't know about that. Me Tom's awfully full already. Amazing. You did not have to say that. That has to be a localization only joke. There's no way.
That is the.
Well,
Oh, that gave me pain.
That was the best witness statement we've gotten so far.
That was the best, worst statement I've ever seen.
Nibble, nobble, cobble, bobble. He's guilty.
Bobble, bobble.
We just need to forge a piece of corn and give it to him.
Forge a piece of corn. Alright, well, we done it all. Well, no, we have to go back to,
Yeah, the
Angry Police.
Wow.
Let's go to Wario.
yeah, we need to go back to Waluigi.
Sorry. Okay, not you directly. We have to go piss off the police. Like we usually do.
Hold it!
Not in my day.
Not in my day.
Excuse me.
You talking shit, mate.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Adamo?
Who you call the
I
max murderer?
forgot about that. Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You wanna be locked up, Sonny?
He's clearly abusing his power.
I have this gun right here, mate.
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly, you do.
You ever play Russian roulette?
No.
Back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
Magic tricks. Worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. Like Joe, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one could have called a coroner to question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of the investigation done right. Especially Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name onto it.
Oh, Yab. He's doctor.
She was the best of the best. That
Hold
happened
it.
to be what the
Joe Tomate. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? I didn't look at the
maybe
evidence.
I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sachs'
She's
mate.
married?
Damn.
Good lord. Who married that? I mean,
Damn, she.
what
Damn,
a
she
lucky
fucked.
man.
Damn, she.
A maiden. That was before she was married. Her husband's a reaper?
Damn, not single.
Rude.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's set now, ain't it?
Stevens. Even Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? That's so like that. That's so
Specifically
like
that name.
this feels like lawyer trickery. I don't think that would fly in a regular.
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
That's so sus.
Yeah. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Wasn't a quarter even then.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
Yeah, like a Pokemon. What you say?
Legend. I'm lactose intolerant.
What does that even mean?
Dairy. Legendary.
I will destroy you. Amazing was bad enough. That one was still the best coroner in the land. They had the forensic investigation tape.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish. That would never pass my lips.
What?
I'm too old for this. I'd never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game. You okay, dude?
Is he implying she's dead? I think the point that you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
Oh, is that Stevens? It would. What if for the fact that you're trying to drag the legendary world's reputation through the mud? I know I just said I wouldn't call it legendary instead.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Legendary.
So, it's... No. So it's her statement. The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner.
Oh, and then we tie with him.
Wait.
Objection!
No. What? No.
Wait, really? They're both talking about wax.
No. They're both talking about the wax, but they're talking about the actual waxwork, which means the actual like the person, the professor. Which, once again, we have to contradict with her name, because that proves that she's connected to the professor case.
Oh yeah, I misread that.
Yeah. The only thing that Mr. Science
because
is that he was in the.
The lady is interested in relationships.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait, what the fuck is it?
It's the
Objection!
I couldn't tell because of the direction of the lights.
Yep.
Good gracious! To which statements do you refer, counsel? So,
Pointed at both of them.
juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
What
Would
if
you like me to write you a fanfic?
he's married to Enoch Drebber? What if that's not his real name?
Oh.
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in the statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, and which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman in society, I find that such connections and relationships irresistible.
Because they're suddenly bringing up relationships, which makes me sus.
Oh, golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murder known as the Professor.
Just so you know, the moment that you accidentally present your badge is the day that we die now.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not the
whoops.
lifeline here.
Whoops!
Not the contract,
This one.
it's the...
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of this killer was never made public. The report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my! Courtney Stevens? Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
This is a very spicy fanfic. Hidden links, mysterious
Now
connections,
she's interested.
secret relationships. Oh, this is most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. This is very dramatic indeed.
She just wants to hear about the spicy gossip.
This is too spicy indeed.
Right? Can't let the strike come to an end now. Not while this cloud of suspicion's hanging over the yard's best corner.
Legendary, even.
Legendary. It was like this in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end. Fuck it.
Fuck.
Well, that worked out.
Those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Yeah, the presence of the piece, yeah.
Well, okay, I guess I have to convince Corn Girl. I guess the evidence is Science Man and Corn Girl. Because she wants evidence, and the evidence is literally right next to her.
Oh, I guess so.
That's the only logical conclusion.
Objection!
Yep, there we go.
I can't believe the corn girl was actually important. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? I say the same thing every time.
I'm a broken record.
If you could... oh, fuck. If you could put down your corn for one moment, juror number 5.
Not the Colonel.
Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right?
I wasn't listening.
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
What are you doing here?
Well, it's chosen randomly. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork is backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
We shouldn't have needed to pit those statements together to get this guy to change his
at
mind.
least science man should have been
Yeah.
fine.
Well, me too then.
I'm just gonna go with the flow.
Sorry.
Colonel Cox
This
should do it.
brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between their ears. Wait, no, you'll make popcorn. Success, if you can call it that. Thank you, Council. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. Wait, we did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Whew.
Objection. Oh, God.
Stop interrupting the summation examinations. A waxwork or the despicable professor. Despicable me. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case.
When we see the body,
No.
I just want to see it.
I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. That's why we're going to end today and we'll reconvene tomorrow.
I'm going to kill you.
It's a waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sun. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I know what you're hoping to prove, like. I really don't. My brain empty.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. I'm literally explaining you how this
I
works.
shoot people before I ask questions.
I'm literally explaining.
I'm about to choose my gun. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, let's call it a Madam Tussville's. The prosecutor calls for the owner of the bottle to be summoned as witness!
Oh my god, I didn't expect her to actually be called in. I can't see. Whoops. I can't see like what she would bring
What
to
does
the
Tussville's
table.
have to do with this? I don't know.
Yeah, the owner. And the fact that she comes in after Drebber,
Madam Tussville's.
Drebber, who's like the biggest suspect right now. I really thought that Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tussville's to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Scythe? No Scythe? We're just gonna keep going on about the wax, but no
Yeah,
Scythe.
this does make sense though, because to make a good model, she would have to know the
Who the professor was.
yeah, who the professor is, and no one knows. It's not written in the death statement.
Sure. Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes.
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
People still use Pandora?
oh wait, I'm sorry. You don't know that legend, do you? That's a Greek
No.
thing, I think.
You want to bring up Izanagi or something? The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes while the defense reads up on lore. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. That means he'll manipulate her statements.
Madam Tussville's, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Ah, yes. Back to my Animal Crossing island.
To be continued. Meanwhile, Sholmes is like, oh god, boss is gonna show up.
He's not at work.
That was the statue.
We also bring in the waxwork employee to the stand.
I swear to god, imagine, like, Sholmes was only doing this to, like, keep tabs on Madame Tussville's.
No, I don't think she's a problem.
The Knight Errant himself.
Holy shit. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
Did you forget I was here today?
Yes.
I don't know, did my seat the entire time? Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
Feels good to wake up early in the morning. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's this professor business all about?
Why do they keep saying my name?
He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Yeah, can they explain? I need to know.
What's the
is killing me.
science in all of this?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor... Well, when I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. Gotta play the pronouns game for a bit. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. My apologies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zooks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
Sorry, I was... sorry, my early mornings.
Wake up, Sholmes, wake up!
Feel sleep coming back to me. Sorry, one moment. And now Waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. It was like, Jesus.
You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really puzzling.
Look, waking up in the morning is really hard, alright? Oh, yes. On what particular matter?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zooks. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow.
Don't forget me. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
He's so excited.
He's like, yes, it's not me.
So clearly I'm innocent. That leaves me as an empty set. Hello, no intersection to any others. I'm all alone again.
I need a woman.
Excuse me.
Uh-oh. I knew it. Is he gonna coon? Dr. Scythe!
Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you.
Did he have to say that?
Hello, Sholmes. It was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
I'm fucking dead.
Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me.
Well, she pointed a scythe at me.
Well, Bumbo, to see you guys.
And then the Scooby-Doo cartoon running sound.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
As a member of the FIT, I am exempt from all testimony. Goodbye.
I am unfit to give comment.
Oh, God.
Lord Van Zooks won't be summoning me as a witness.
Oh, is that why he summoned to spells? He's like, please, anybody else but her.
Anyone but Scythe. Lord Strongheart has forbidden.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Strongheart is
Strongheart's
pulling
evil.
all the strings right now.
I can't believe he's evil. I trusted you. Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you warned about. is the professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice!
I've always fought crimes in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. Not at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. And she just she doesn't even walk out, she just fades out of existence.
She's gone.
She's actually a Reaper, she just teleports everywhere.
What was it? Was it Gregson who's like spun out of the screen?
No, yeah, he just slid off the
Oh, yeah, he
screen. He's
slid,
like, I'm
yeah.
out of here.
She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? I'm not familiar with Greek mythology.
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when it comes... I assure you when the trial resumes.
If this was an Uchikoshi game, Sholmes shows up and just starts explaining what Pandora's box means.
Just all the philosophies. The meaning will all become too apparent, whether you like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think
I sit very literally on the edge of my seat.
maybe you're
very uncomfortable.
enjoying yourself a little too much. Well, it does help your posture.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceived even the shadow of a doubt about the truth, don't let out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
You should not have said
Oh.
dog. You should not have said dog.
Yeah, this is definitely the Hound of the Baskervilles. It's definitely the Baskervilles case. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright,
Wanna go back?
I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. Ooh, hello. Oh, hey, it's a magic caramel. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I should be knowing on that as you know away on the truth.
Oh, thank you, Sholmes. Caramel added to
I'm
the
gonna need
quote.
that caramel for later, because that's the magic like molding caramel.
What did that one, Mrs. Sholmes, really mean?
Yep, dog.
Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass.
Yeah, because Sholmes definitely knows what's going on.
Of course he does.
But
It's time for the final chapter. You said that last time.
is it?
You said that last time. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Oh, can you say that?
Yeah, no matter what. What couldn't I see?
Freaking Epic Games pop up.
Oh, I didn't see Epic Games.
I was like, what the hell?
Download Fortnite today.
Ah, yes, I love Fortnite. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. The Queen's in Fortnite. Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready and able to continue?
Prosecution is ready.
Duh. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
You okay?
As the court
Just
is
had to
aware,
breathe
the
for it.
case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
Yeah, nothing really makes sense here. That seems to be the fate of all trials with this involved, my lord. They make no sense.
So then, ignoring that, let's begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks?
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspells?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as you speak, ready to be summoned.
Auntie? Oh my. Very well. Bring in the witness. Let us hear her awful opinions.
Not once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
He's right here. Things are about to become a lot more intense. Really?
Why this camera angle?
It's just a spells.
Yeah, it's just.
If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means that he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sai. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals.
It's a very weird link here.
Yeah, for what reason did they have to pick that? At present, that's all we have to go on. Wow, it's Sholmes!
Oh. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Also, please, I need to borrow that statue. I need it for target practice. My name is Madame Mesmer's Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan.
Not a magician?
And the proprietress of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Adios.
Adios.
Oh, so we finally get the statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh no, there's two of them.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? It's beautiful. It's magnificent.
I want it next to me in my room. Okay, hold on.
I want Sholmes' bust.
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from the museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true.
Oh, she's so
At
cute.
first, we believed they had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Oh my.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason.
Oh no, she wasn't supposed to find out about that.
I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense, even though we proved almost unequivocally that is true.
Yes.
This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Assman.
I don't know, he looks like a good guy to me.
This reaction is going to be important. I know. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit.
Odious.
I detest to say that what is evident. Miss Assman does not resemble the professor at all.
Oh, okay. Well, glad we got that cleared up. Yes, but perhaps, if we squinted a little,
Yeah.
perhaps their faces are very similar.
I made it myself, you idiot. Are you suggesting that we should see now
Yes.
the demasked visage?
Yes.
Please,
Yes!
Aegis.
Key!
Oh my god.
It is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
Her lips.
This is absurd.
Oh, he doesn't want it.
Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved on your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Van Zeeks really doesn't like wax.
Quel dommage. Quel dommage. I don't French really, but sorry. It would seem that you're unaware of the Tuspel's principles.
Yeah, I knew it. There's no way she would put up an exhibit with it being fake. What principles?
The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles.
There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution.
How do you know about this, Susanna? What research have you been going into?
Right. Also, now I get why they would have stolen the waxwork. To hide the professor. That's why they kept the head.
I guess.
A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Elizabeth?
Elizabeth?
Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now.
Oh, I got her
Only a
enough
century.
jello. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death. Actually, at the guillotine site.
Damn, that's fucked up.
You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Orders. The Tuspels will stop at nothing to attain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. God, that poses too much. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's so hot. She figured out his identity through her Makekyo Sharingan.
God, we're not doing that.
Do you mean to say that beneath the mask?
Shapeshifter.
Shut up!
Sorry. Hey, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
Professor spent terror throughout the Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. And the killer, emerging from his own grave, it is set to behold. You should come.
But they already
It is
spoiled
only
it.
It's only 50 shillings, don't worry.
We spoiled it in court. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter.
I need to see the face.
You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
I killed the man myself.
What?
With pleasure.
You were the executioner?
Did you know the French built the guillotine?
Yes.
So there you go.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked the society in London. An impression of the visage it was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger.
Really?
I created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until they gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
He was there 10 years ago? Holy shit.
Damn, really? Okay.
As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Interesting.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? I say we bring in the gravedigger.
Should have dug him up a grave.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for.
And bring in his spade as well.
Shovel.
Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
Spade forge.
But that means. Oh, wait, but that means that this dude was a gravedigger.
Oh, Drebber?
Drebber
Maybe.
was the gravedigger at the time, I guess.
That would explain why he's there.
Yeah. So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Shh.
Naturally. I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret.
Soft and wet.
Soft and wet. But the spells would not be the spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity of our sculptures.
I did not expect her to be this important to the game.
God, yeah. I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. Wow.
Have you?
What the fuck? A truly
you have
blood
legs,
curdling
Dutch?
scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. Yes, I leave the courtroom sometimes.
Holy shit. The scene at the pace was the subject of many rumors in London.
I
10
know,
years
right?
ago.
It's like seeing your teacher outside of school.
I have here a newspaper from the time. Ooh, that's gonna be spicy.
Oh, Tim.
There we go.
Drebber's dreadful encounter. Odie
Oh,
Assman?
Assman! Oh, Assman! Signed by Oh, Assman!
Yeah. What the hell? Why was he he's an artist?
Interesting.
Was the ball
This
mask
special exhibit
to
was
blame
based
for the
upon
great
the picture of
blaze?
this article.
The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson.
This is a completely different thing you're looking into, but sure.
Yeah.
Oh, also, hold on a moment.
Krakatoa explosion?
Krakatoa!
Krakatoa!
Also, I'm more concerned of the Great Stink.
Oh
right
yeah, the Great
behind-
Stink. I can't read that.
I don't want to read the Great
addressed
Stink.
After many great years, Parliament has at long last resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries the slightest breeze. It lingers in the nostrils of every woman, man, woman, and child. A great sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert fecal.
Finally, the sewer systems.
Wow, yeah.
Also,
Charles
something about
Darwin to receive something.
Damn, this must take a while back because we're talking
Yeah.
about Charles Darwin. now.
Geology, zoology, botanical physiology.
Okay, I think we're good. This is a lot of
This is
information
interesting.
here.
Mad sheep rampage. Unexplained
Oh,
phenomenon.
wait, I was ignoring that one. Hold on.
Why? Folded sheep were seized with a sudden fright. Not even the Empire.
The deadly sheep attack.
Locate the night of that foul demon's execution. The newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out from behind. The bullet pierced the reanimated man's chest, who breath stilled. The youth finally released the scream that he has been holding and ran for his life. The university who experienced this event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, resident of the student dorms. Okay. So that's everything.
That's a great win.
There was a lot to
It
get
was
out
the most
from this.
detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
I can't believe Odie Assman is actually Odie Artsman.
Odie Artsman.
A 10-year-old article has been entered. Pretty sure we already read it. Let me check again.
No, but let's see if we can turn it around.
Yeah. Oh, there's blood!
Can we turn the newspaper around and the back of the newspaper is reported?
Nope.
Oh, hey, we can read everything now properly.
Oh shit, yeah, we can finally read it.
Finally, some real news. Some old news, yeah. And then it's definitely Odie. Actually, out of curiosity, just so we're clear, is that signature the same as the one on the
Yes, it's,
contract?
it's exactly the same. I recognize it.
I don't remember how it looked in the contract, so.
Yeah.
Man writes this from grave. It's just too absurd for words. The public enjoy obscurity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with a cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened.
Oh my god.
I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. The professor.
Do we have any like direct way of dealing with this?
No. I don't think she said anything like contradictory yet.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Oh, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it could be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
Unlike me,
Waluigi.
tale of condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of the House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
Why no Waluigi wear?
Oh? It was a low-gate cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave.
What kind of strength?
A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder.
Is that Scythe?
The bullet struck the inverted corpse, and he fell motionless once more, probably Scythe, who knows. The screams finally found its way from the mouth of the witness, who turned and ran for his life.
Can't think of anyone else. The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him. Who was it?
Nobody knows, even today.
Really?
Probably Aspen then. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like
I
this.
feel like it was Scythe because only the police have like guns.
I guess. That is why in every newspaper across the capital. It wasn't. I skipped the wasn't.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the same that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
Did Asman? Not Asman.
Just sham a lie. Like he made his
like,
own.
Did it like ruin Drebber's reputation or something? He wanted like revenge or something?
You made me look like a pussy.
Exactly, that's it. He's just petty.
Why did you have to describe it as me sounding like a?
Why did you write that I was a pee-pee poo-poo pants in the paper? Madam, might I say something?
Please go ahead, mademoiselle.
When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth.
I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. That okay, sure.
Yes, that's right. All VTubers have boyfriends.
What?
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
That's a different kind of rumor. You can't just do that.
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry.
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate
Oh, she knows the
Cemetery.
truth.
After the criminal known as the professor was killed by the hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Death.
But she built an exhibit based on the false report. Strange.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me.
Yeah,
here.
why would she do that? If she knows the truth.
Uh-huh.
Hold it! Hold it. Who's your family? Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? I was there for every event.
Actually, you know, I just realized.
Yeah.
Maybe she's in cahoots with Scythe.
That'd be strange.
No, because she keeps talking about the fact that she makes her waxworks out of dead bodies. Which means she would have to know the coroner. If she knew a coroner, that makes her job a lot easier. I'm just saying.
But then that would make her a third, like, there's 3 people in the same thing.
Maybe that's the case. Maybe they maybe the stealing of the principal the stealing of the professor's statue was not even wasn't a crime, but like
it wasn't even
crime.
Yeah, stage crime.
Like they put it as a crime just to make sure she was innocent, you know?
Maybe.
Like just to cover her tracks. Like, well, we're gonna use the statue, or we're gonna use the waxwork, but we're gonna like fake it out.
My reasoning for like why she wouldn't be in cahoots is that they don't want anyone to know anything about the professor. That obviously goes against like their ideals.
Like yeah, I suppose like keeping like preservation of the truth.
True face of the professor. Show it already.
Show us. You realize what I'm saying? The professor's
scream.
identity is a national secret.
Jesus Christ.
God, like she literally has a national secret like in front of us.
Yeah. She's been holding it in for 10 years.
He's at the moment.
Hold it! Oh, that's interesting. What?
Method of cadaver.
Yeah, his jaw fell off.
Yeah. Well, that night I was alone. As a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. I take impression of the visage of the cadaver. Let's wait until 3 hours after death.
It's very interesting.
Well, yeah, no, because that's, when rigor mortis sets in. Yep,
Yeah,
I was gonna
exactly.
immediately say rigor mortis.
Wrigley mortis.
Wrigley mortis!
It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effects often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. And of course, I knew all this, but I didn't know about the knife thing. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
a singular education. Mortis commences 3 hours after death.
Starts in the jaw. That's really annoying. If you're a sculptor.
If you want to sculpt dead bodies.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. The information about rigor mortis, mortis, you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Because wait, what exactly did she say about rigor mortis? Because I have a feeling.
She was late, and normally she would have like a assistant with her to help her, like control her face or whatever.
Susato, no.
This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato.
Literally morbid humor. So what is the exact statement? A very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post death. Is that right?
I don't know what that says.
Say so.
Sa?
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No. It is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Everyone but you knows about it.
She shouts from the
Literally everyone but you knows Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Then why are you a lawyer?
Dear, I'll do my very best.
Did you expect to do death cases?
Yes. I was expecting to...
Every single thing has been a homicide for the most part.
I was there was some theft.
Okay.
Hold it!
Expected to talk about missing cats or something. You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then? Approximately. Yes, tell me what you remember 10 years ago.
Do you remember what time it was? Was it the 21st night of September?
Yeah, was it?
This took place on June 17th, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Why do you have a report on an event 10 years ago? In this
on the
case.
weather of 70.
In this case.
I'm very
Indeed
well.
it did. It's almost as if he knew that would be important. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early.
See, just like me, I woke up early too.
Just like me, for real, no cap.
The fact is, very little time. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of
So
course.
about like 5:30, she finished.
Yeah. If someone had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe. So I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mrs. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. Is grave digging not illegal in this time?
It's never legal.
That's what I'm saying. No one is calling her out on this.
Significant.
Yes, it's always significant. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and your early sunrise, could you please include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord. So what's this got to do with everything? I already finished my work about a half hour before the sunrise, then left the corpse as it was interred.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
It's a graveyard. No secret, of course. With the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol, yeah.
Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too then? Just pay off everyone in existence. Pay me as well. I'm broke.
So she was doing it for 30 minutes.
That's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, that's really true. Then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. No, we can always do the summation again.
Let's not do that again.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone.
Yeah.
That's the impression I'm getting, anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, there's a profound connection to the professor as well.
A connection to murder. So, it's
What if-
one of the
what if
two
the
new
twist-
statements.
What if the twist is that Van Zieks' brother is a professor? He wasn't
Oh,
killed,
Jesus.
but what if he wasn't killed, but he was actually the murderer? That would be
God, that'd be
fucked up, yeah.
Okay, that's not it. No. For a very long time before, because wait, so
It's
the,
one of
the two
it's one of
statements.
these
These
things,
are
yeah.
two new statements.
Yeah.
For a very long time because it was before the onset. Mortis. For sunrise.
Let's look. On the wait, but this happened at night.
Yeah.
Maybe this
So,
is significant.
Okay, what she's saying is that she saw the somehow she was hiding in the gravedigger spot. She saw Drebber and the professor come out the grave. She saw the professor get shot, and then 4 hours later, after rigor mortis set in, she uncovered the dead body to take the face. That is her full story. That is the story I'm getting.
No. You're mistaken. She hasn't revealed what she saw at all. She blatantly said that there was no revival. He never came back to life. So this story is falsified. So I wonder
Yeah, so
what really happened.
Because she's saying that she had to wait for rigor mortis, but it's like...
Yeah.
Actually, we have the original autopsy, actually. We can
Yeah.
probably look at that.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at that.
Yeah, and that is the same old thing. The original autopsy is really important right now. Death by hanging confirmed by midnight.
Wait, oh, yeah, there's
exactly.
There's a time zone there.
Exactly. You were waiting for rigor mortis, so that doesn't make any sense because he should have been dead. Yeah, see,
So then on this?
you should logically. There's no reason she should have been waiting for rigor mortis because the autopsy says she died before.
Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah, that's
There
an
we go.
immediate contradiction, but
Yeah.
so that needs to be explained.
We always gotta get him at the specific time zones.
Yes.
I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
I mean, did you see who also wrote this one?
Honestly,
That's
this
a
could be
problem.
false too.
Exactly.
And is that a problem? Oh, that's you. Shit.
Yeah, I just said that, you bitch.
I believe it is. Because your testimony and particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
What? That's not French. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
Interesting.
So whatever the case was, he died that night, but fresh.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Ooh.
No.
And Zeeks is confused. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Wait, yes, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
Oh boy. Dr. Scythe, please explain what's going on.
Yeah, what is going on? Like, that's the thing is, like, there is a lot of stench in the air, but I have not a single idea.
I think we solved like a motive for why they would kill Assman, because he would know how what's his face, the professor truly died.
Yeah.
So they would want to silence him.
Yep.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
No one makes a mistake.
No one makes mistakes, but but they do put lies.
Yeah. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. It didn't actually take place at Christmas.
Almost impossible.
Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Order! Order! Council, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. Why, heck, extraordinary.
Objection!
On my day, it was your day though. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the band's lips on with my own hands.
Objection. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
He didn't die? Are you insane?
It was a wax model.
What exactly you're suggesting happened in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one person of interest. Aspen. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
Oh, that works too.
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. See, he exposed them because Asman didn't die from a hanging. He died from a gunshot.
Yeah.
Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. Asman was just confused as everyone else.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
No, cease, please. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. It's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word!
Oh, the
Yes, indeed!
Must we? I don't know what that means.
May we?
May we? The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding.
Objection!
Nuts. Judge!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness very well.
Judge, are you looking at the picture? What?
Nobody can read cursive.
Oh my god.
Nobody can read cursive.
Everyone's stupid.
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you have identified the person in question? But you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place. Holy crap, my neck. Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, Counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Are we technically going with the Aspen one, or we're going with the, it's technically...
I was gonna go with Aspen, but the way that they explained it makes it sound like I was supposed to present, what's his face? But that doesn't make sense to me.
Start with Aspen, I guess?
Take that!
I must say, I'm quite staggered by the scene I see before me now, Counsel. Oh, okay, so it's wrong? Damn. I guess it is, Drebber.
I guess they...
Well, why did Drebber write...
You seriously can't recognize young Drebber.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I was like, okay, maybe I could prove that it was Aspen. And they're like, they don't realize that the signature is the same. Like, come on, it's fucking Drebber right there.
Take that!
Put him on the stand.
I can't believe Drebber wrote that he was a poo-poo pee-pee piss man. The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern, stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh yeah, how come we never mentioned the fact that Drebber also stole the wax version of himself?
Yeah, that's a thing.
Order! 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 Surely not, Counsel.
Trevor was there. In a Lowgate cemetery.
It says that in the newspaper! What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I didn't read. I just looked at the pretty pictures. You expected to read these things?
It looks like him!
Let's talk about Mr. Drebber. Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she?
Yeah, she is, like, unknowing of this whole crime. Don't blame her on that.
It's extremely significant, Madame. It's your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
None. But that would mean that they paid that stupid detective money for no reason.
300 shillings.
Madame Tuspels. It would appear that you know the name Enoch Drebber. Yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past.
What? Oh my. Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Yes, of course. New testimony? Oh no, not even. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. It was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man.
Wait, really?
Wait, that is a lie?
It says his name, doesn't it? Yeah, right there.
Yeah, literally Drebber right
the second
there.
paragraph. What the hell?
So then what newspaper article is this? No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
What?
That is,
Oh,
apart from
one
in
newspaper.
One newspaper.
Okay, that explains it then. That explains the discrepancy. Because I was like, what the hell are you on about?
The Daily Circus.
news.
It is the damn clown school over here. Shit.
Clown
It is
news.
It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown in the court.
You're saying that his full name is only publicized in that article. Goodness me, yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of
somebody could read.
science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Yeah, why didn't, what's his face? No. Zeke's, because he gave us the newspaper, didn't he?
No, he
Oh.
gave it the spells directly.
Oh, okay. Unbelievable. Wait, but if it came from the spells and she didn't read it.
Oh my god, no.
Oh no, she's
Well,
just right here.
no. Well, here's the thing. No, she read it, but she didn't know. She doesn't know anything about the murder case, so she doesn't know how Drebber's involved in all of this.
Okay,
That's the thing. Like, she's completely unaware of like the situation outside of like the wax stuff.
yeah.
The discovery was the condemned criminal coming back to life from the cemetery of the dead. The dead of night. It would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamo. He was studying the science at the University of London in those days.
London.
He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork,
Sheesh. Naked.
and since that time, it had been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. What if for some dumb reason he took both of them, and he really wanted to use his own? Well, no, it doesn't make any sense. He wanted to use his own like statue for something.
So 10 years ago. No. Oh, I realized why he took his own statue now. To take the photo out of the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than a music anecdote. Ah, I see. It's because of this article his reputation was tarnished, and everyone called him a magician when he was a scientist or something.
Yeah.
10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly used as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the crystal tower. But the birdcage has in fact contained not the body of Mr. Arsman, but of that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately.
Yeah, we really have to throw a scythe under the bus here.
Yeah, and yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put a name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. Yeah, it's all coming together. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
Ugh. So it was intentionally wrong to get to Drebber, or not
To get to Scythe.
To Scythe, yeah.
Yeah. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Because if she says the truth that it was the professor, then that would expose her.
But
I mean, it
according-
would also expose the fact that, well, she knows who the, well, that she should know who the,
Yeah, of course she knows.
what it looks like. But it also super confirmed the identity of the professor.
Yeah, exactly. But according to the missive I received this morning from the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case, despite the fact that she came all this way to talk to us this morning?
You talk shit to me.
Basically bully us. She told her herself, didn't she?
Yeah, Lord Stronger has forbidden it. Man, fuck that guy. Yeah, so unless Zeke has to deliberately betray Strongheart, whatever is going on,
Yeah.
and that's not gonna look good on Zeke, because Zeke
Yeah,
seems
we're
to
not
be
gonna... Zeke is
very
basically
deeply
Strongheart's
like,
dog.
it's very unwitting. Like right now, I feel like whatever is going on, Zeke's is basically a pawn in this.
Exactly.
And he doesn't understand it
He has
at
no idea
all.
what's going on.
But he has to follow Zeke's or Strongheart,
Yeah.
or worst case some shit's
Strongheart
gonna
has some blackmail on him.
happen. Yeah.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely, nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zinks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Let's go! Ah. But Lord Van Zinks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
I don't give a shit. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial.
Whoa.
In other words, me.
Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
God. Both? Oh shit.
Get into the damn bottom of this.
Order, order, order. Very well, I will uphold your request. I want to see them together. Bailiff, send a
Now's not the time
subpoena
for
with
that.
immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throws away. I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. You've said this like 3 times.
We've said this on multiple occasions throughout this entire trial.
Oh, right away. No. Oh, she's still here too. Oh, God.
I'm still here, by the way. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
This spells is so cute.
I just realized I voiced this entire
Yeah.
this entire bench. I am dying.
You want to keep it that way?
You know what? It's fine. I'll have some fun. I'm disappointing you, Lord Van Zinks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy in both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's even a hint of wrongdoing, no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth its salt. He has not drunk at all
Actually,
since
do
we
you-
talked, by the
Do
way.
you want to, like, give one to
No.
me? You can decide.
What?
do you
do
wanna
you
try?
want to take the spells?
Okay, I can take this
least?
one. And,
You, think, you could be French today for once.
I don't know
It's
how to
not
be
bad at
French. You play. I take this.
Well, shit. I guess I'm just taking the shit here. How's everybody doing? Did anybody eat? I had the foods. I guess we're just gonna talk about food. Actually, I made a really weird pasta yesterday. So the not that the pasta was weird. Oh wait, no. pasta was weird. What am I talking about? What the fuck was it called again? Because I found it in my store recently. Cascastelli? It's not even like, the thing is like it's a the sauce is, I just made Alfredo and chicken. It's not that hard to make Alfredo sauce. But like the thing is that the actual pasta I used is apparently a new pasta. It's like a weird, like it's like if lasagna decided to mutate, turn into a J, and then like kind of become macaroni. It's such a weird shape, but I saw it in my store. I was like, I want to make this. Works really well, but God, apparently it has been only made since last year, at best. I've never seen it before until recently, because one of my local stores just happened to have it in stock. I was like, what the hell is this pasta? What is good pasta? I also made carbonara the other day, but that's also a different issue. And now I made carbonara not because I wanted to, but on the way home of buying eggs, some of them cracked apparently, and I'm a genius, so I was like, well, I gotta use these eggs now. So I was like, I'll just make carbonara. I've literally never made carbonara before. I'm just so worried about like overheating the eggs, because if you don't cook the eggs right, the sauce basically becomes scrambled eggs. Nobody wants scrambled eggs in their pasta. It's terrible. Yeah, terrible. And also, I didn't really have much of a. Because normally it's supposed to put guanciale, or with pork shoulder.
We hereby reconvene the trial of Yasuhiro Hagakure.
That's the wrong thing. Also, I was talking about pasta for the last like 5
Pasta
minutes.
based. You want to finish it?
What?
Keep going.
No, it's nothing. I was already done.
Finish
for
your
the most
statement.
part.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sarth, as the investigating coroner, you are the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. Again, he's still in court in a wagon. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me.
You asked.
I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
Exactly. That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? I like that pose whenever he gets all smug and puts his hand on the katana.
Yeah, the katana smugness is really good.
If what you saw in the graveyard that night, 10 years ago, wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sarth's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Blackmail. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was a student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man who in Command on Trespass, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he?
And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
What an interesting twist.
Hmm?
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. And now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too.
You matter, Drebber. You matter. We're here for you.
Was this okay, Dreb? If this was like a really long way to just get
Yes,
Scythe in court,
I believe it. I believe it.
like I have noticed that if every single one of the killings in this game so far have been a form of justice.
Yeah.
It's like I have committed this crime, but I've forced it to be a for justice. That
Yeah.
is the theme we've done so far.
It's pretty great.
Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Basically, like, they couldn't get justice by normal means. So
They
were
took
forced.
justice into their own
Yeah,
hands.
exactly. They were forced to kill.
Yeah, because
Drebber,
justice.
who is this man? Who is Frank?
Let's be frank today.
Basically, like, ruined this poor university student's reputation. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Your memory is just that good.
Yes, of course. As you wish.
In the cemetery, 10 years earlier.
The reason why I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say?
What's moonlighting again?
Moonlighting is when you are working, like, basically working a job you're not supposed to, usually under the moon, which means nobody should know about it. Like it's like you're doing a professional job, but you're like doing a secret job, like in the middle of the night. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the middle of the night, but basically it's just a secret job.
Under the moonlight.
Yeah. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
The illustration in that newspaper article was based. He did a
It
great
was
job.
based. It was very based. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor.
What? Is he being like paid off or blackmailed or strangled or
What
something?
is going on? I mean, maybe he only saw the cage head. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
That's a good point. What if the twist is that the man under the professor's mask is not the real professor at all? Like they swapped the bodies or something.
Maybe. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. What if the professor is actually Strongheart and is like he just?
But that would imply Strongheart's dead.
No, I don't know, mate. No, but what if the real? Because what you're saying.
Oh, you mean the
'Cause
real
what-
professor? Okay. I thought you meant the corpse. I thought you meant
So
the corpse.
what if it was the real professor was Strongheart,
Yes.
and then he body swapped with somebody?
Yes, he
And,
body
like,
swapped
they put
with
a
the.
different body in the casket. The casket had a body with
Yes.
a head on it.
Yes. That would make a lot of sense.
And because if
Yeah.
he doesn't even know, if there was like that same cage helmet, he wouldn't even know what the real professor looks like.
Exactly.
And then maybe Strongheart is actually the professor trying really hard to cover up the fact that he's
yeah,
alive.
I could see that. Wait, my PNG's not moving. Ah! Yeah, it's not
Oh
moving.
no!
Wait, that's weird. It's actually just, like, broken. Ah! Okay, never mind.
Oh no!
Ah!
PNG sounds.
Okay, I fixed it.
We're good. Cool.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now.
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead.
I'm gonna kill this guy. I'll show him a corpse. But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes.
Ugh. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies the argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
I'm a part-time gravedigger, if you will. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise.
That would explain a lot, because he's poor.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Bargley Prison. So among students at the university, it has a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell. Is reasonably
What?
lucrative.
This whole ass corpse!
Jesus. Of course, I've never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you just strip him or what?
Damn. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge in society.
What the hell?
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposes.
That is quite beyond pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Now that's really fucked up, honestly, even by, like, Ace 30. Yes, well, I think I've suffered retribution enough.
10 long years.
The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university.
Jeez.
There's your motivation. That was the only paper with the bad grace of to identify me unambiguously.
He got doxxed once. He got scarred for the rest of his life.
Once, become a murderer.
Yes, I see. The doxing is very serious.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration?
It's
for the
on
article?
the paper.
Oh my god! Does anybody read? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. No, he didn't even
Counsel
answer
for the
who did
defense,
his eldest
you may
reporter.
proceed to the cross-examination. At once, my lord.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
nobody reads
He didn't even answer the question. It's like, oops, I shouldn't have said that. In the cemetery.
Nobody.
10 years earlier.
Literally, nobody reads the news.
No one reads the paper. Not even in the 1900s they didn't read.
Reading? Who does that anymore?
Hold it!
See, you get a free explanation of what moonlighting means.
Yeah, they explained it. Lantern and the spade. He said spade! He said spade! He's team spade!
Yeah! Also, I have just realized that we also have the multi. Now that we have like the multi looking at people thing again, we're going to be expecting a reaction eventually.
Yep, of course. It would never bring multiple people on the stand without the
And he still looks very relevant. Spade in hand.
spade. He's team spade!
You realize body touching is serious for him. Also, it's a shovel.
But no, Van Zeke said spade.
Didn't they say no? So the only person who says shovel
Yeah,
is
the
Susanoo
only
right
person
now?
is Susanoo.
Damn, 3
Quite
against 1.
speechless at the apparent levity in which you revealed as a porn behavior also into show.
Oh, if you wanted to know why I was a little bit sanitary. I never expected to end this way, did it? That I regret.
Hold it!
Can you do me a favor? Oh, okay.
Well,
Can you do me a favor and like scroll it and somehow I need to get the second
You need to
of
catch
based.
based?
No, it's fine. You don't have to. That actually doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it'd be funny if he didn't talk about the newspaper. He arrested.
I can assure you the illustration is quite based.
He didn't want to know. Spread like the plague.
Yes, the other plague.
The bubonic plague.
Not the bubonic one, the other one. You know what I just realized? There's a whole other character that has not been involved in this at all, which is the science like relative, like
Oh,
the
her
science
husband?
assistant, or whoever that was.
That's her daughter.
Yeah, she just showed up for like 2 seconds, one of the murderers, and that's it.
I really wonder if she'll show up again, because if this is true, then her daughter's only 10 years old, and this is pretty fucked if we put her mom in jail.
Yeah, revenge story.
Sholmes, can you adopt her too?
We need more murderers in the family. Also, are we just gonna go with Aspen was a reporter
Yes.
who then turned to a life of crime into entrepreneurship?
Yeah. How does that even happen? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
like, that's a very weird line of professions.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The rear. You mean it was at the ass?
Oh god. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah,
I don't think we're
okay.
getting anywhere important.
Yeah.
for
No.
now,
No.
so-
worries. I'll tell you if I see him.
Yeah, I'll be listening.
Yeah. Ah, you want evidence, eh? Don't know. Is there any material evidence that can show that he really did see the professor? Do we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo? I know. I need to present it against an irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
Hold it!
Alright, I'm back by the way.
Welcome back. Yeah, so the third
So-
statement is the one that they want us to present against. We have to find evidence that he actually did see a corpse.
Yeah, would it...
I'll check the
wait, I've heard something else from you? Hold on.
yeah.
Wait. Did
Can't
you?
say.
I can't say I remember.
The photograph? No, there.
Yeah,
Oh,
his camera.
she said it
His
straight up.
Yeah, it was the real camera.
Yeah, exactly. It was the real camera. That's why it has blood on it. Oh, I see.
Yeah. I mean, if you are doing weird grave robbing things,
Yeah.
it's like pictures are basically your catalog.
Exactly.
It's fucked up, but that's the thing.
So, when the corpse was shot, the blood flung onto his
Camera while it was out, and he would have also
witchcraft
taken.
and dark art sound
Which means there has to be a picture of the
for
shooting.
the scene. Yeah. Welcome in, Chicken Coop and Joy. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today.
Because I think we were always wondering like why,
why is
the
the
camera
camera-
was important, but it's not even a replica, it's the real deal.
Exactly. So
Yep.
oh wow, they explained it. I mean,
Yep,
not
okay, well,
explained it,
there's
but
our
they
proof.
Updated, yeah.
Well, there's our immediate proof that he has
Yep,
photo,
there it
he
is.
has evidence.
So
We
we'll
can
go back later.
Hold it!
This is a very interesting deal right now.
Someone informed the team.
So right now we're
Ooh.
trying to prove that Drebber. Yeah, this is a very
Yeah. Okay.
so
This,
complicated.
that explains so much. It's because of Assman that he got kicked out of university because he was stealing bodies.
Corpses. Like, honestly speaking, though, like, freaking Drebber has committed how many crimes by now?
Yep.
All because he, like, aside from, you know, digging up corpses
Yeah.
and fake shit, you know, and God, it's so much shit. And yeah, he's still gonna deny the harebrained scheme. Like, the problem is, like, we're going so far back, I don't... Like, it's really hard to tie this back into how we killed him in, like, how he actually died, you know? Because the other issue is the stabbing, you know? But then again, the stabbing could have been staged. By, like, the problem is also, like, just how much did Scythe even do on the scene, you know? On top of what does this all have to do with the Reaper? Are you okay? Are you talking, or?
Yeah, I'm just reading.
Oh,
Like, super
sorry.
focused.
I guess I was like, okay, I'm just going nuts here. All right, so we know what to do though.
Yeah, we know.
It should be camera to.
Camera to the third statement.
Yeah. Because if we could prove that was the real camera of the scene, then that blood means a lot more things now.
Objection!
No.
What? But we just.
Okay, so the camera is the clue here. So.
Okay, maybe
Wait,
I'll just.
can we
look...
open up the camera
Yeah,
again?
let's look at the camera.
Maybe it's the real
oh,
blood.
fuck.
Oh, badge. Yes, it's always the badge. Alright, I swear to God. Well, no, because you have to open it up and then you have to look at the blood. If blood is new, I'm gonna lose it. No, okay, blood is not new. We just have to cover our tracks to make sure there's nothing here. You
Yeah.
know?
Oh, this is new. Fuck.
That's right. This is the actual camera used by Drebber. That's a piece of evidence will be on display. True life possible. Alright, that doesn't
Wait.
matter.
I can't believe
The
that was
funny
like...
thing is, it had a check mark, so that didn't really matter.
No.
The thing updated. Okay, what does it say exactly? When the lens extended, dark staining can be seen in the bellows. Anything else? Wait, that's another statement then. Get back, give up the dream, become a silent
No.
self.
It has to be this one.
You actually saw the professor. That doesn't make a single lick of sense.
Yeah. Wait, huh? Wait, then how do you get the reward? Oh,
Wait, what?
isn't this strange?
When was the reward?
How did he get the trophy if he gave up being a scientist? That doesn't make any. Oh, it's new.
Wait, is it, how new is
Wait,
it?
it's not new. What the fuck? Why was there no check mark there?
Do you want to present the trophy?
I have no other leads.
Yep.
Objection!
Nope.
Fuck.
Objection, you're clearly good at science.
Yeah, I'm literally trying to dox you some more. What the hell? What does he want?
Okay. Dream.
Let's go back to this.
You never actually saw it. No.
Okay,
Wait, okay, no, I have an idea.
yeah,
Go back to that. Go back to that.
this.
And present
the wax head.
Objection!
Because why would he? Okay, my brain was
No.
why would he keep the head specifically
Oh,
if he didn't
like-
know?
it's probably because
Or why would you steal in the first place? I don't know, but
to fuck with
that
someone.
was
That's my reason.
this is confusing.
Yeah, I'm stumped too here, actually.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Okay.
They made
Do you
it
want to do
seem-
one thing?
What?
Do you want to repress everything
Hold it!
for a moment?
Oh, yeah, maybe we press this. Now that we actually have the evidence, maybe he'll. Because we didn't press after we got the new camera detail.
Yeah.
But you saw it. This was your wallet. It has your ID in your wallet. This is your wallet, isn't it?
There's some evidence.
No, it's the same thing. What the hell?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Let me look at that picture. Yeah, the camera's wide open. Yes.
No, the camera's not wide open. It's like
No, it is.
it's open, but like not out open. Closed in. That's the contract.
Same message.
Like the contract only matters for the signature purposes. If by hanging, that still doesn't matter. We can't open this. That's
Yeah, we can
impossible.
open it. Just gonna look at it again.
We already seen that one. Camera. I don't know.
Let's go back and press this other side.
Hold it!
Yeah, maybe something will activate.
Lantern and the spade. Never take
Like,
anything of value. Only take bombs.
if we do a full press sweep and I don't know what's going on, I'm gonna be very confused.
Yeah.
Hold it!
I have a feeling like, God forbid, we have to wait on somebody to start, like, just come up with a random thing to chime in on. The thing is, we know the name of the guy.
Yes, we know him.
Unless we have to like present the
The contract.
Aspen connection. Actually, what's that? No, because there's nothing to go. Can't deny that that's based on what you said. You know, we know who it is. We took it down.
Well, this is the last
Hold
thing
it!
we haven't checked.
Woman with suspels.
5 pounds for the camera.
And we updated the camera. Wait, was there one more statement?
Yeah, this one. But we, you know, since this was last, we checked it already. I'll check it again.
Yeah. Try one more time.
Hold it!
Well, you know what? We have to use a camera. Maybe camera on the 4th statement? That's strange.
Yeah, we literally just got the info from the fourth statement, didn't we?
I know, exactly. That's why.
Like, present the camera to its own statement.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused, because I have no
Okay,
idea what to
hold on. Wait, what? Okay, perhaps, what was the thing? I'm trying to listen to their things. Hold on, no. Go back.
do. He just wants to change his
History.
circumstances. Where his circumstances change.
If he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive, well, this was a secret. that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. Prove that he really did see the professor coming out from the dead as he originally claimed. So we have to very specifically prove that he did come out of the grave.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I just realized. It is the illustration. No, it's the camera and the statement that says the illustration is based on it. Because of exactly what I thought. It's about the blood stain. Because that scene could not have happened unless the camera was out. So that's not completely accurate. That's the only logical thing I have. Nope, I'm an idiot. Oh, I mean, then again, Odie Assman could have been like, well, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's open or closed. That's not a detail I care about.
Yeah.
Well, redo. Did you save after updating the
Oh, fuck, I don't think so.
thing? Yeah, so do this one.
Oh wait, we did.
Check the court record. On the camera specifically.
Yeah.
The actual camera. Yeah, so we have the real one.
Yeah, we already have it.
So that's been updated.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Unless there's something else that comes up now that's... Like, because maybe we don't have to use the camera. Maybe it's like because it's the real camera, something else becomes weird. Which I don't understand, per se. Because it's the real camera, Spells had it, then it has blood on it, which means,
Did we present the newspaper to this yet? I know we presented to this, but did we present the newspaper to this?
do you want to be that, like, obvious and be like, hey, you idiot?
Objection!
Oh my
it
god!
wasn't. Holy fuck. That's why I skipped on this, because I was like, this sounds dumb.
It's so obviously dumb, why would you,
I'm sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
You literally told these guys.
Yeah, you literally went to the newspaper.
Don't
told the
believe
story.
what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night, 10 years ago.
Yeah, that was a weird case. It was like I was overthinking it.
Yeah, and the camera
dear.
is like such a
Listen.
red herring.
You get the camera and it's like,
Oh yes,
well, I
we
was
have to.
there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. But you had the camera.
Illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalists you witnessed.
The base wasn't in red text. You're supposed to emphasize the red text.
The figure
Yep.
emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Is that what we're going with? Is that
The
how
mask?
Yes. The killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face.
But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard,
Ugh.
a lowly student at the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. Oh, I get
Is
it.
that okay?
Yeah, so that's his reasoning that he had to have seen the corpse. Because there's no way a regular person would know about the mask.
I guess you're right.
So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
That is a very interesting logic, but yeah, it's like
it's very
because he
interesting line of
couldn't see the identity, it makes it even more specific.
Yes. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
Then why did we update the camera?
Yeah, so troll.
Like, why did we? Because we could have done this without updating the camera.
Yeah, the camera was
Obviously,
not
isn't it?
related at
Close.
all.
Unless he's gonna update his testimony here and be like, well, here's the camera.
Yeah.
As I've said, I've already been at pains to point out. I was utterly petrified.
You were so petrified you took a picture?
Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight.
Like, that's such a interesting thing. Like, the story says he was so scared that he couldn't do anything. And yet, he's still able to take a picture.
Yeah, because his photograph definitely came out. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it.
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness,
Stubbornly
fucking-
sticking to that story, Weber.
you better put that shit in your testimony. Then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. And then this is where we use the front okay.
Yeah, let's see. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's trying to dodge it so hard.
Hold it! What?
Fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw. You see?
Interesting. An interesting point that you didn't explain for 10 years.
Yeah, but then the blood, you know, that's the thing. It's like, you're claiming it was just another student on equally as salaried business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his enemy. When it's, you say,
Objection! Whoa, I'm objecting. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
yeah, did you just make that all up?
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them? If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Oh, hey, new body.
Yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment, quoted on later by the reporter. Ooh, hell.
oh, an embellishment.
She's also a witness.
Yeah.
Technically. As I explained earlier, most of what happened, what the papers polished about those events was fabricated nonsense. The journalists had a great time fashioning it into a horrifying ghost story.
So, now you're saying there was no gunshot.
That's right, yes. I'm afraid so.
Ugh.
I mistakenly thought I'd seen a corpse coming back to life, and then fled the scene. That's really all that happened.
Can't believe we're arguing there's no gunshot. You're saying it was some kind of Loch Ness monster.
Alright, well, now we gotta go back to this. Yeah. And, well, we're gonna save immediately, I guess.
Take no chance.
Zoom on through this and bug man and testicles.
Objection!
Strange.
Oh, strange!
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Madam Tespels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
You know, she hasn't been talking too much. I'll just keep to spells. Ooh la la, pardon. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange. That's all. Monsieur Drebber, could clean this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know?
Objection!
Oh wow.
I can fist too, you know. Have
Excuse
a care,
me?
Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Please, Madame Tispels, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort.
God, I love this because they're like actively arguing against each other.
Yeah, exactly, understand. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Dun dun dun.
And that's where the camera.
Yeah.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
That will do. Mr. Drebber,
Yes.
you refute the account just given by Madame Tispels.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on. Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Only based accusations.
Right, based ones. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this, witness.
Very well. And this is where the camera comes in. No gunshot on me at all, nor any splatter in her blood.
That's
Right.
so, like, yeah, it's so obvious.
We're so impressive, though. Sure, I said nothing of the sort. Yeah, sure, come on.
Without evidence.
We definitely know the trick here. Gunshot bullet hit the figure from the murdered consumed. Yep. In his heart. Yeah, that would cause a lot of blood too if it's right in the heart. Straight fluid splattered onto his body. And the worst part is the blood on the camera also 100% proves that there was a real body there, which immediately will throw Styles. Styles is a different doctor. That's Trauma Center. Wrong. I always brought Trauma Center.
Objection!
We have enough trauma here already. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors.
You stole from me too?
It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. I found it.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely.
And by examine it, I mean stealing it.
We notice that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows.
Yep.
Like this.
Hold it!
Oh boy. What's that? It's just in the bellows. looks like. A dark red stain.
Oh, you can recognize blood.
Who put wine here? I smell wine from a mile away.
What? That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord! Are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could only be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sai?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it is blood is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tispel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
The real problem now is who shot? Because he's a witness to this. He didn't actually shoot him, for all we know.
Of course, there's no way he would shoot him. Not with that kind of reaction.
Yeah.
There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Why indeed? Just look at the woman next to him. Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
Who's then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Please point with your finger. Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Clearly it's Strongheart.
Clearly it's Bohemian Boy.
Take that!
Bohemian Boy, my favorite.
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe?
Whatever do you mean? Imagine if a convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
Her entire career would be ruined.
Pretty much.
And if imagine the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. I need to point out that the dead Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection! But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would
All the
taint
way
the
to the
honor
top.
of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
Ah.
Oh, it's
Finally,
here!
feet.
It's out! Do I still have the feet, PNG?
Wait. Which? Oh God, no! Wait, no, not that one. I have a bad feeling about this.
What?
Oh no!
What's wrong with
Arts,
it?
please.
What's wrong with it?
I swear to God.
I had to find it.
Arts, you can't just load in feet
I'm
midstream.
loading in feet.
This is not the
midstream.
time.
Yes, it is. He has his feet on the table. Oh, where is it?
Oh God! It took
There it
how many?
is.
Oh God! I'm scared. No, why is it on Reno Skate? Ah! Why is it on? Oh God! No, that's not my feet. Wait, hold on. Why are we sharing feet?
There you go. How about that?
What am I doing? What is going? No!
There's your feet.
Well, I guess my feet are on the table now.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh God! Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. I am just extremely pissed.
Goodness me.
It's been forever since
Oh,
I've
you
seen
put
your
it back
feet.
down.
Oh, well, that was quick. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels.
I'm gonna get disbarred again.
So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Oh, well, I have no idea at the moment.
That's the problem.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
I'll get another one real quick. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Ugh.
Keep that to your works of fan fiction like the lady up there. And have you considered this, my learned Lebanese friend?
Considered what?
These nuts.
What?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Yes.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money is being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all, and we are still yet to
Can
bring
we
up...
expose Assman as a reporter yet?
We have not. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving not a single penny?
You don't need money if you get
This
the
has
backing
nothing
of the
to do with the
entire
money.
government. You don't need money anymore.
This stopped being about the money long ago.
Yeah.
The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. No, this is them reminding you to look at the contract and be like, oh yeah, I saw that signature.
Yeah. The contract
Yeah,
is
this is them
basically his
reminding you.
dumbass alibi. There is a contract. That's very true. Please, Judge.
Look at this. Look at this very cool signature. Oh, I feel like I've seen this before.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research
Yeah, this has
grant was
nothing to do with money.
taking Mr. Assman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman.
I just wanted murder.
But why? What was his motive then? He doxed.
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'm sorry. I have the timer right here.
Imagine.
It was how long it took me to pour this wine.
He's so upset about getting doxed, he kills him.
Get doxed once, become a psychopath. I'd say you'd have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh, he actually dodged! I was worried! How do you explain why this engineer could throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? Yeah, by the way, I was worried that he would never do that because it would hit Asogi.
Yeah.
But he just dodged out the way.
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. La 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 la. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet.
Despite the fact that the newspaper has come up several times.
I'm going to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. This is so silly.
Everyone knows it, but...
Yes, my lord. The evidence to establish the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Are you serious? Sure, we'll do it, but...
You never
Very
know.
obvious,
you
though.
never know how dumb it could be.
How dumb they are.
Take that!
Because they might require, like... Yeah.
It's this newspaper
It's
article.
in the newspaper article, thank you. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That dribble should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsensical. Nonsense that means nothing.
The fact that he's reacting so hard to just tell you already, like,
Yeah.
yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence,
That clearly nobody
it
knows how
will
to read.
completely explain your motive for wanting Asman dead.
I mean, in the worst case scenario, like, I could hope to a god that someone saw, like, the Asman, signature on the photograph, and they were just like, well, Asman could be anything, but then they have to, like, specifically see the other actual signature and to realize.
Nobody has.
Because it could just
would
be,
have a name
because it could be,
Asman.
like, Otter Asman, or, you know, I don't know.
Ottermole Asman.
Otterman Asman.
Ottermole. The murderer.
Ottermole, yeah. Ottermole Asman.
Cross-reference.
Yeah, but cross-reference with the newspaper, it's the contract, which I think...
Take that!
They're right next to each other, too.
Literally!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact.
He doesn't even realize it.
Yeah. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Well, the irony.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really?
Can you point it out to me? I'm very blind.
God, they make me point it out. And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asman.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed.
His signature,
Very...
his signature never changed for 10 years.
I mean, that's true. I haven't changed it forever. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common for the class, because we're all... Oh my god!
We
have
do
to
have to
directly...
point it out! I'm gonna...
Oh god, everyone is stupid.
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is the signature. Apparently he's a very talented artist. A signature! The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person!
What? How could this be? I haven't seen it at all.
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago. by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. Once again, the newspaper ruining lives. You look closely. The reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Assman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Oh, good lord, yes, they're identical. I have poor eyesight, you see. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Assman.
Oh, he's gone.
Objection!
But explain to the court why.
Oh my god.
Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Assman?
He's talked about the newspaper ruining his life so many times. Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhibiting fresh courses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I've suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. Yeah, see that. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up my dream of being a scientist, and it was all because that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did.
You knew? I'm gonna strangle you.
I'm going to destroy Van Zeeks. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network. Thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. God, and he couldn't put two and two together. I was so mad. I'm just furious now.
So you had to give up your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Assman.
Enough! Sorry, that was my other voice, but sure. Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research.
Wow.
But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures.
Oh my god. This is against CSDC.
Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wretch. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could ever happen to me.
Objection! Objection. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who better place to know whether or not I possess some talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. And this is where we present the trophy, right?
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it.
Finally, we get to show him how good he is at science.
What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
I can't believe this is how it comes.
Take that!
Do you remember
No.
this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Proof that you were good at the sciences. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? Damn, son.
Sheesh! Good lord, you're talented. What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
Wow. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent. One thing, Mr. Drebber, because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Aspen was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who, 10 years ago, ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
The truth is...
Finally, he's going to fold. And this is where Side stops him or something. Wait, who's that?
Who's holding this?
I knew it!
Fine. Clearly this run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it.
What?
Oh.
Oh, okay. Okay, Ryunosuke just... He's in my head.
What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plots to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Oh, this is
I feel like-
Pandora's box.
I feel like she
it's
might-
opening.
I feel like she might be saying this to protect, what's his face? Strongheart. Like there's a bigger secret. Good lord! Oh, this was just over.
Dr. Scythe. Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, I shot him. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago, that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. That is like a little
A
note
letter?
there.
Yeah.
There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. This is from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. instructions were there on the notes. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene, and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. But, well, here we are. I can only apologize now.
That's not enough. After
It's
all
like-
that.
Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborating on murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
Slam, slam. I admit nothing. Oh, at all.
Are you kidding me? What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Sure to be admitted to a crime. There's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No!
Yeah, because the problem is that even after all of this, we still have to prove the real murder.
Yeah. Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything.
Wow.
He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you accept my apologies. Whatever happens next is in your hands, of course.
This bitch. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. What? No
Really?
way. Is this the end?
Are you actually just gonna force the judgment?
This trial is not
Wait.
the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber.
You are kidding me!
The defendant is Professor Albert Hairbrain.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, it's over. This trial is over.
Yeah, because we're not here to
Yeah, we're
prove
not-
whether or not he did it.
Yeah.
Without a reason of a doubt, we technically have proven at this point that Hairbrain is innocent.
Yeah, we proved Hairbrain is innocent, and we proved that she helped with covering up stuff.
So, regardless of the situation, well,
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
Sorry, I forgot about that. I got really heated.
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
Yep.
You mean, at the present time, it is the conclusion of this court the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing.
Yeah. The problem is, like, we're not here to solve the major case right
Yeah,
now.
this is like
We've
the
already.
This is like the
100%.
first case where they're like, "Oh, you proved that he's safe? Okay, good day then."
Like the problem is, a lot of the times it's like we get to a point where we're trying to pin it on somebody else, and then like there's always one stipulation where, like, well, it couldn't have been this person. The problem is that we're at a point right now where it doesn't even matter who the real killer is,
Yeah,
because
as long as we're safe.
we've already admitted that there has been, like, tampering by a third party that was not Hairbrain.
Yeah,
So 100% Hairbrain's absolved right now, and that's definitely proof. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not we can prove that Drebber's done it,
yeah,
because that's not the question at this point.
exactly. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Yeah, I knew like we wouldn't get all the juicy secrets from this case.
Yeah, because we're definitely going into cover-up mode.
Yeah, we need more.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations,
There's only case 3.
Mr. Naruhodo. Shut up, Susato. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the education. Unless the prosecution or defense has any other matters to discuss, we do.
Can anyone open up that professor statue?
Don't know. It doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sai suddenly admit to it like that? She's being blackmailed by Strongheart.
Very awkward.
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Because any more, like we had to, like, do something to stop the trial 100%.
Yeah. Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now. The judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want?
Oh, are we
What the
gonna
defense
press
should be-
further?
Please! Yes!
Oh, let's keep going.
Let's keep going! We're not ending this.
Yeah, further testimony.
Objection! Objection. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. He's gonna be like, what the fuck? I beg your pardon.
This is not your problem right now.
We demand one final testimony.
You're already proven innocent, you fool.
What? Kino time. You do realize I'm about to advocate in favor of your client, I presume?
You think I give a shit? I want the truth. What are you playing at now, my Japanese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Well, I'm not in my right
I'm
mind.
not a defense. Oh shit, I guess so.
Wait. Excuse me?
Listen, Naruhodo. What exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it
Nothing
all
but
out
the
in.
truth.
Shut up. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right.
We're opening this fucking Pandora's box. I don't give a shit.
Yes. In hindsight.
This is really stupid. Yep, and back to Sholmes. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the case of the trial this afternoon, receive even a shadow of a doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bow. I don't know why I had this weird accent now, but it's slightly serious, Sholmes, now.
Dogs?
To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal.
Obviously. Did
Obviously.
you not read the job description?
Use the Sky Striker effect, obviously. Wise words to live by, yes. That's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare.
I don't want to see bare assmen right now. Is that what you're
Drebber,
asking?
strip. That is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sai.
Testimony from me? About what? About the cover-up. That's the one thing we don't know anything about is the cover-up.
We also never got like real testimony from him
Yeah, that too.
about the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
But, like, if you're gonna admit to us, like, we haven't seen a single bit of the cover. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. But yet you haven't admitted to what you did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. I'm sorry, I sound like Strongheart, huh? As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted from him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh! Fuck this shit.
My leg!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that howling bottle. I slipped.
what you called it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case that is yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Damn, based as fuck. I love him. Yo, what?
You stopped calling me Nipponese. We're just friends now. Lord Van Zeeks, my friend.
The one fangirl in the jury's like, write that down!
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Apparently. Very well.
The waxwork flight.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Which sort of makes sense. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. Jesus Christ. Everyone is involved. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems. All meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through. You're a very shrewd boy.
It's so kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then?
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage.
That's all? That's a terrible corruption.
That does also mean... Wait. Only maintain we're of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Also, she's only saying that she just changed the location on the autopsy, which means the screwdriver stabbing still happened.
Yeah, it makes sense that it was a screwdriver because the screwdriver was found on the stage, and we figured out that the body...
If that is the case, then I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to figure out where the screwdriver comes into play on this, because that does matter. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose.
Very small mercies.
Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
I'm here for this.
I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face.
Oh no, she's hot.
Oh no, she's hot. I must lay the truth bare. I can't be intimidated. Think it, Naruhodo. Just imagine, everyone up there is naked.
Everyone?
Everyone. Oh, God, Cosmo. Oh, fuck. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
I'm sorry, I was reading. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent?
Doggedly.
I don't know how words work. I'm a forensic scientist, not an author.
Very well, if you so desire, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
Ever seen a doctor write things down?
Yes, my lord. Doctor who?
No, he's a different guy.
This doctor's strange.
I'm trying to figure out what we can even poke at, but definitely have to press everything. Like, I gotta figure out where our place is here. What?
She's not gonna make it easy.
Definitely not. This is a very, like, tightened up lie.
Oh, Test Smells just got kicked out.
Oh, rip testicles.
Never heard of this engineer.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. So her claim is that she doesn't know actually know about Drebber, but she does technically know. Obviously, she knows about the cover-up, you know.
Yeah, exactly. He was very instrumental.
Hold it! Which would make sense, and that's why they have to swap the body positions. Switch to over. Oh. She did that. He did that fairly anomalous, like just a random place at that specific time.
He's blaming the team for the bird cages.
Yeah. If it was perfect, we would have discovered the trick.
Yeah.
Hold it!
What were the waves?
The instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone killed him. So she stabbed him with the thing. I fetched a ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, took with me alone into the abyss under the stage.
Alone, Doctor.
Alone.
Oh,
Oh,
what
this
is
is
this dot
interesting.
dot dot? Uh-oh.
I didn't feel it'd be appropriate to involve anybody else in the particular part of the description. Oh.
Oh no, don't show us. Show
Oh! Oh, I just realized. It's possible that she could have straight up killed him.
Yeah, exactly.
With the screwdriver in both hands.
Oh, that's so morbid. They didn't have to show us that.
Yeah. Because it could genuinely be that she actually killed him straight up, and that the drop didn't actually kill anyone.
Yeah.
As she calls it, death was the trauma was something from the 30-foot drop. Something about Dr. Sykes' last statement
Yeah.
is playing on my mind. Yeah. Because it's the only time that she was alone.
Yeah.
Just like, just need to shout. I'm hearing you perfectly well. No. Which part? Oh, this is important. The real cause of death was due to the victim.
Real cause of death? Because she's arguing that the cause of death is the drop. But we think it's the stab, right?
Yeah.
That part.
This is interesting. Don't press this next statement right now. Go to the next statements after this, because I feel like if you press this again, it's gonna ask you to swap it.
Well, we could say no.
Hold it! Because I know you want to do all the pressings.
Yeah. Perverting, of course.
Perverting.
Justice.
Ah, yes. The code of chivalry.
Commit perjury and talk of chivalry.
This is like the problem is this whole thing about the professor is so nutty that I don't understand. It's literally the nutty professor, which I don't think I ever wanted to refer to in a game like this.
Hold it!
I'm genuinely trying to understand right now, though. How does this work?
Just blow me, Dr. Scythe.
Story, it's a minute everything. Because the so before anything, can you do me a favor? Court record. Yeah, I was gonna say picture. Okay, that's definitely a thing. That is the fresh blood. Picture of the murder. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything interesting about the stabbing that could have possibly happened. Because it was fresh blood. But that's not. None of this is helping right now.
I don't.
Also, her autopsy, her fake autopsy. I want to hear her fake autopsy. Even if it is fake, I want to see it. Time of death around 22. Yeah. Next. Hemorrhage of cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest, base, and heart. Yeah. So, yeah. Now this is additional. So basically, it's contradicting what her actual autopsy is saying.
Yeah.
She's saying at least in the fake autopsy that the thing was a stabbing.
Yeah, so we can contradict that.
But I'm not sure how viable because we've already kind of proved that it's a fake autopsy.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Wait, I just realized something. Go back to that thing again. Sorry, my brain. Could you no, picture of the guy. Right next to dude. Wait, no, okay, no. I was trying to remember if he was actually like head strapped in or something. I couldn't
No,
remember.
it's not.
Oh no, I was trying to figure something out. You never know just look at the photograph. No, it's very true. Obviously not. Just twice in my quarters, I needed to determine the actual facts. Yeah, that's the problem. The problem with her being a coroner is that right now, we cannot trust anything that she says. And she's the only person who could, like, this is literally update the autopsy report gone wrong. Because we can't even update the autopsy report. The person updating the autopsy report is a liar!
I think we should just present anyways, because it is contradiction.
Objection!
No, but the problem is, yeah, that's what I was worried about. Because she is admitting that her autopsy was false.
Oh, actually,
In this part, she is...
Let me swap the same.
I think maybe swapping the same.
Hold it!
Yeah. Let's see what she says for the other thing, because she was admitting the murder. Yeah, because I think maybe the cause of death isn't the problem.
Yeah.
But maybe what
she
did.
Like what I'm trying to get at, but the game wants it in a specific way.
Oh yeah, let's go through this. You know the brokerage, open it up.
This counts as all of the stuff, even though we already seen it.
Wait. We did not open the brokerage, opened it up. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound. Its cause of death. The real cause was the fall. See, that's the thing. Like, the autopsy right now is literally useless information because she's literally admitting that everything written on there is false.
Yep.
It's dead weight right now in our thing. Yeah. No. Have her change it. Yeah. Have her change it. So, what did you say before about what you did to this body? I believe that maybe. Okay, I need to see exactly what words we're using here. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage of screwdrivers. So it's used at
Yes.
far easier than dissection. No position required. died instantly from the snap neck. All I did was carry out the instructions given. As afflictionally as ever, no doubt. But you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bend up my eyelids. What else did you do to twist the facts? Reminded the court note. If you wish. Okay.
So that
I don't know. Stood over the victim's corpse. I
just
don't
got pissed off.
know what that could be. Can we look at the birdcage again?
Yeah.
No, so this is the real. Okay,
Wait, where's
think
the
I might
blood
know
on
the
birdcage?
issue. I might know the issue. If it is exactly as they mentioned, where's the blood stain in the birdcage?
Yeah, that's what I said. There's no
Yeah.
blood stain.
Because this is the real birdcage. We know this is the real
Laid
birdcage.
in the top row cage.
Objection!
No, that.
I guess it blood doesn't matter.
No, because
We
they're probably gonna
know-
be like, oh well,
Yeah.
they could just plunged it with a screwdriver and it wouldn't come out.
Oops.
So okay. So the victim's corpse survey punches screwdriver into the chest. Nothing here matters. That's from the old days. Broken piece. That doesn't matter. That would have been in the wax body. That's nothing to do with the murder right now. I'm trying to think. Ooh, wait. Okay. I'm trying to think of something right now, but you have to like give me like a second in the brain right here, because I'm also kind of realizing how much would he bleed? Because it depends on how fast the fit got there. How is he bleeding if this was a stab done after the fact? Because I feel like the issue right now is that the stabbing happened, like, what, a day after? Because when was the investigation? A day after, wasn't it? Or was it immediately?
I thought it was immediate.
That immediately? Because, like, no, because, what is it? What was the case? I'm fairly certain that the FIT got there, like, around the time we got there. Because they're like, oh, clear out, the FIT's on the way. You know? And the other, okay, so we have 2 points of attack. It's, the what? Can I read over, by the way, can I read over, parent stab? What's the description of the screwdriver? Screwdriver's from, wait, yeah. Why was the screwdriver up above?
Well,
It was in the grill.
she could have like thrown it up.
Objection!
That was my thought.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because all she has to do is put it up there to implicate.
Wait, no. Okay, so go back. Well, she could have planted it, sure, I guess. But why would you plant it up there?
Because that's where her brain is.
Yeah, the problem is I have to, like, this is so fucked because I don't know what we could believe in because of, we don't know everything that she planted. And anything could have been planted.
Yeah.
I feel like the screwdriver is the point. We have to figure out why it was in the grill.
No, I think this is just planted. I don't think the location of the screwdriver matters. And I'm gonna try to photograph, and then we'll just reset.
Objection!
Oh, it was.
Yep, that's what I was
Okay, so
thinking
what
the whole
was-
time.
Yeah.
I've got a nasty feeling
Okay.
that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? Because it changes everything. She killed him. Let's say like the
Yeah.
fall just happened to not kill him. Like despite all their calculations, he lived the fall. That would be really terrible. That She's stabbing after the fact. I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in the last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph.
Don't make us point
It
it out.
shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with a witness's statement? And I'm going to point out the blood. This area.
Yeah.
Take that!
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends downwards towards a man's feet.
Hmm?
Why is that significant, counsel?
Or was it like a knife or something?
The victim was stabbed. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no, that's not what happened.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's because it's dripping down, which
Yeah,
means
dripping
he was
down. That doesn't
standing
make
up.
sense.
No, no, because that's the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not a matter of like, cause the idea was he was standing over, but if the blood was dripping
Yeah, exactly.
down, that means
That's what
he
I'm saying.
stood up.
Yeah, so he was standing up. Exactly.
Which means he was stabbed alive.
Dr. Scythe made it very clear in the testimony just now that the point at which he stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, and the birdcage had already fallen below the stage out of sight. In the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and that the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable.
I literally just didn't think about that. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah. I knew like what she did. I just didn't understand like what the game wanted you to explain.
I genuinely didn't get it. I'm not gonna lie.
Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication, just like your entire life.
Ah.
God, Drebber's still standing there. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note you left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man?
I feel like Van Zeeks is like clueless
I'm
all the time.
Furious.
He never knows what's going on.
What is going on?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is.
I don't have enough
Which
wine
part
for
of
this.
Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie? It's how she was
stab-
coerced.
Obviously,
right?
the stabbing of the victim.
Oh wait, no. The answer is very simple. We've considered the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No! That is a misapprehension!
Because the only person who can confirm it is the one lying on stage.
This is not the first time she's lied about someone dying.
Yeah.
When the birdcage fell from the stage in the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh, that poor guy. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. She was completely ready to blame Drebber for the kill, too. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe! Order! 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 Can this possibly be true?
You've been taking me for a fool?
Almost got scammed.
You, wasn't it? You killed him.
You hoped by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Do shut up! You're so desperate now you're making all this up! As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Objection. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. I would know. He's never made a move on me. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone, despite me being a beautiful woman.
Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
Just like
Like that
Asman!
stage. Wait, oh, hold on.
I'm talking about the
We
wound,
both-
by the way. What do you mean?
I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive.
We can just blame the same motive for that was on Drebber. Useful.
A possible reason when I have to kill Asman. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Spike.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints to why the coroner might have done this. I think it's this. Right. Where's the Courtney Stevens? Yeah, maybe that doesn't matter.
Well, that's the original thing.
I would say it's this one. That's the only thing I can think of. Just get rid of all the witnesses to the thing 10 years ago.
Maybe. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
Objection! I have nothing to say. No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have wanted for killing Mr. Aspen, something did come to mind.
What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. It's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sides would have wanted to kill Miss Aspen. Scalpels?
The Iron Mask. No.
Really?
It was the last thing. Because remember how you were saying, like, oh, he kept the Iron Mask to keep the identity? That was the last piece of blackmail.
Okay. It's the Iron Mask. Oh, no,
You
it's
lost
not
me.
it. Need the scalpels? That's what we saw in her office.
Yeah, we did see that yesterday.
Yeah, I knew
Oh,
it. Okay,
thanks,
yeah.
Susato.
I knew it was scalpels. Oh, of course.
Of course. Thanks for
Did
not
you
giving
say
us- well,
scalpels?
Hey, at least we got free things out of it.
Yeah.
Extra
It
dialogue. And now we're
appears
smug.
that the word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You... come on, out with it.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory.
This was a random bit.
Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending on it. Oh? Numbers? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
What is that about?
500 scalpels a month? At
Is
first,
that where our government money goes?
I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now that it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for it. Disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Aspen's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its fundings.
Oh. She needed to kill him to stop him from blackmailing her.
Yeah. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
Also, this is very illegal. Like, we should not have exposed that we were snooping around in her office.
I mean, we kind of do, but
10 years ago, when Mr. Aspen was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Side's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
jeez.
The darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? This explains how he got so rich.
Yep.
I don't know what
Straight up
happened
government money as well.
on the night of that execution 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever.
You'll never understand. None of you.
Her head.
What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. No breakdown? Damn.
There's very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court about the truth of what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consultation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really.
Ah.
What a stupid name. I can't believe he'd said it so many times this trial. It's Seattle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right.
Jesus.
And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it.
No.
You admit that it was nothing more than a shell made for the purpose of killing the victim.
Yes, I admit it. I did it all. In the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Assman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Assman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned criminal that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events is all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
so your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Aspen turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensic team. What? That was on the front page, wasn't it? Hold on. Not that, wait, was that on
No,
the page?
no.
No.
It
Was
wouldn't
that on
be,
the first article
because this is
at all?
This is a completely different article.
Oh yeah, because it wouldn't be this one, I think.
Yeah, it wouldn't be this one.
No. Well.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use that man's own wiles against him. For revenge. that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer.
Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly young, innocent man. Lord Van Zeeks. What of Dr. Sarth?
An immediate warrant for arrest has been granted. She's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
Most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, down here. Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor. Yamasoki didn't do shit.
Yeah, he's just been here. I've spent my life thinking nothing of my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. Whatever happened was his doing and his alone.
I'm crying.
Damn! This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And the Darrison from which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable. Not
I'm gonna take a picture.
that is. I love antiques. Really do. Like, he's not a bad guy at all.
Yeah, he's not. He's very bad in
No
court.
one has the right to deride another.
He's
for
very
such
dumb.
choices.
And he's racist, for reasons we don't know yet.
We're different. Oh. Thank you, Barrack.
What's Barrack's last name? So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. Forgot about you guys. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge which he stands accused. Please.
Please, if one of you says guilty, I'm going to kick you out. And
I
throw you
presume
into
there
the
are no
fires.
objections. Imagine just one guy just wants to prolong it. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. I can write all the fan fictions in the world now.
Wow. This trial has really made me think. But this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Really makes you think. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
Another corner's talking. I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Poor old guy.
I'm really losing it.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Hell yeah!
Bring in the dancing corn.
Dancing corn. Also, can I just explain how fireworks inside is a terrible idea? I just want to throw that out there.
All the desks are made of wood. Are you mad? Court is adjourned while we fix it for the next trial. Jesus.
Also, just all the soot is really annoying. God, you ever had fireworks soot in your eyes? It's happened to me before. It's terrible.
Oh God, that sounds horrifying.
Yeah, and I wear glasses. How did it get past the glasses?
It's over. That was some trial. We still don't know what the professor looks like.
God damn it. More mysteries. This better build up into like an amazing final trial where we finally just learn everything at once.
It has to. It has to. We still don't know why Dansu is racist.
that's the thing of everything.
Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Habrain.
Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I'm truly beside myself in gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had research grant money, I'd give it the whole lot to you, every penny.
You'd be very broke.
That's not how that works.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Wait, hold on. I didn't say that. Your acquittal
We
is
don't do
more
this for
than
free.
Excuse me, we just did this for free. He does it for
We have
free.
rent to pay.
He does it for free. Sholmes lets me live there for free.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do?
This is why Sholmes has to work a waxwork side job. Because he has to feed 3 extra mouths for free.
How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Wait, it is?
Yeah, it's all written in like very small text.
Just as a
it's
memento.
size 1
then.
font.
Thank you. What is this? A hypothesis for ants. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
I'll go back to Germany, I guess. Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis of my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. I'm just gonna assume that's the Von Zeeks. Wow, I'm good at this.
Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? You're probably going to chat with us.
He's coming with me.
Oh shit. You're taking him back to your man cave.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down at your prey.
Why are you using that expression?
That's a weird way to talk about you. You're one of the few true friends I have.
Excuse me?
Oh wow, this is a very strange combo here.
Right.
I couldn't leave it to anyone else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Wow.
I'm sorry, or the defense. Did I just hear that right? I specifically
I
asked
just knew
for
that you had the best
Naruto.
interests at heart. Don't worry.
He didn't want anyone else at the defense except me.
How about you show me around while I'm here in town?
Ah yes, here is the strange, three-segmented snowman.
It's been a long time since you left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
This is where my brother was killed. This is where my brother was killed.
This is where my parents were killed, Hairbrain. I'm Batman.
I slammed my penis in the car door.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
Making sure that the Reaper doesn't get him, I guess.
Yeah. What?
Bend over.
I hate you. From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
Jesus, he's that scared.
Yeah, get the hell out of here, please. But no! Hold on a minute, Barrick! What about the Great Exhibition? This is my chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the
I feel
idea.
bad for him.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick.
Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
Unnecessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as a prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
It's a local curse.
That's very strange.
Those in the Reaper's sight meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up till now.
Even he's scared of his own movement. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
Yeah, well, what happened with Gina, though? That's the problem.
She's going to France.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I do not want to take my chances with a close personal friend. Barrick. Like the mustache Nipponese. This man should leave the country without delay. That's why. I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, when people think of him as a reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
That's the thing, he is a merciless guy, but he's mercilessly just, you know? It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Really?
Yeah, he has to file up the acquittal. Yes, alright. Hold on, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Wait, my pay?
My money?
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Really?
We got paid by taking down the government.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
You're still here?
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. I thought you'd gone too.
No, he's fine by himself. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
Oh, shit, yeah.
You kind of just broke open like the a whole Pandora's box here, dude.
Damn. Well, see you later, Susato. Shoot.
Wait, no,
Get
no.
away.
I let you into my house 3 times this week. I'm not letting you in a 4th.
Iris was there that time. You know, the young girl can't see anything. You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh,
we have to talk
just
across
us.
the podiums.
Oh, snap. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Hate to see him walk away, but love to see him leave.
Oh, come the fuck off.
It's like, oh, the ass man isn't the only ass man here. The enigma. Beric Van Zeeks. What exactly does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. This is where
Getting
it
up
ends.
to the next chapter.
It ends, huh?
Okay, no, please.
It's gonna block
Don't
us,
end
right?
immediately.
Oh, it doesn't end. It doesn't end.
Oh, okay.
4:58. Lord Bailey Court.
One last cross-examination.
Really?
Are we gonna open it up? Are we gonna open it up?
Since
We're gonna
I was
open it
here
up,
too?
please.
No,
So
we
are
can't
you
open it up.
satisfied?
We don't have a.
You saved the guileless. What?
We
you
don't
have
have
the key,
the
yeah.
touch spells here. She has a key.
Unless he took the key from Tuspells.
Maybe. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven.
Are we gonna talk about assistant over here? Anyway. I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity
Oh
towards
my God, he's gonna
Nipponese come from.
explain!
We're actually answering this.
He's gonna explain. Why do we have to
I
go to
didn't believe
court
this
for
was
this?
gonna happen.
Why do we have to go to court for this? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race.
Just the whole race.
Yeah. Well, I bet they're gonna, like, reveal that the... What's his face? The professor was Japanese or something.
Oh boy.
Will you tell me what happened, please? Yep.
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks.
Robert Paulson.
16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens.
16 years ago.
He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. It was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. 3?
Oh,
Wait, no. That's confusing.
what?
Because that would have been Mikoto, father?
Yeah.
That would have, Susano's dad, the judge, but we've never heard about the third one. Is this the third one?
Maybe.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
Had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway.
It's just like Shelley the Killer.
So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch this man, suitors ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight.
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago?
No, actually.
I mean, do you know about politics? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
The new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were in deep, extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war.
What?
Ooh.
A war between Britain and Japan. But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
Are we gonna open up, please, Toby? I really want to see the face.
When
I'm
the trial
gone.
reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
He has the key!
Exactly. But I wonder, like... Does it even matter what he looks like? It would be
Time
just some
for you to
random
come
Japanese guy.
face to face with this hideous monster.
Unless we recognize it somehow.
Yeah, that'd be scary if you recognize it.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
I think we get permission for this.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've
Oh, of
seen
course
it
she'd know,
somewhere.
because
It's
it's like
strangely
a close
familiar.
friend to her friend.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
His father.
Kazuma, come on. Oh.
Oh my god. It's Char.
It's
Father.
I knew it. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
That's why his name would be like on a list, and like they would want to hide him coming to Japan, or else, like you know, he'd be closely related to this case.
Yeah.
What? Father?
This is fucked. This is so fucked. Also, hi, Asogi, with your
I
mask
know,
on,
right?
but I can definitely see that's Asogi's face. Oh. Oh, no.
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Oh no, he's hot.
Oh, no, he's hot.
As he stood there before me,
His headband turned into an ascot.
Yeah. Such is the fate of all prosecutors. It's hell. Yeah, no wonder they hate him.
hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
I kind of wish that there was more cutscenes like this.
Right? God, he's so buff.
Judicial Assistant Mikodaba.
Full title there.
Very respectful.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I'm still here, you know, by the way.
I knew you
guys
wouldn't die
having
that
a scene.
easily. Kazuma.
Shut up, we're gonna kiss.
Also, actually, now that I just realized,
Yeah.
how the
I owe
fuck is
you
Van
thanks,
Zeke's gonna
too.
feel about this? He's been apprenticing the son of his brother's killer.
Exactly. So
Like,
fucking-
holy shit!
For taking
this is
good
where Van
care of
Van
that
Zeke just
in my
strangles him in the
absence.
corner.
Oh,
Karma.
Yeah.
You want Karma back?
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
Oh god, I swear to god if that has, like, blood of, like, his brother in it.
When you
That's-
left
well,
Japan,
obviously, whatever.
this sword was at my friend's side.
That could very well be the same blade that scarred Van Dyke's face.
A Japanese man's katana is
Probably.
his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
For people.
it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Also, I wasn't expecting all this to happen now.
With this by
all
my
times,
side,
but-
I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
This is a full-ass cutscene. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm just, like, kind of relishing on this right now.
Yeah, it never happens in Ace Attorney.
It's an Eastern sword and a European sword.
He's dual
Dual
wielding.
wield.
I've
Dual
made
wield.
it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You
He's
mean...
gonna chop that,
you knew all this
that
time?
black statue's face off.
Oh.
I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Yeah,
Oh.
I knew it. Madam to spell.
No, my wax!
He's gonna be broke now.
My exhibit!
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
What?
Now is the time to fight.
Yeah.
I'll be seeing you.
I see the bags under his eyes. Jeez, he is.
Watch him be like the final prosecutor or something.
That's all Kazuma said.
Devil
Riku!
Kazuma. Riku! Right.
Before
He
he
opened
turned
the
and
door to
left us there.
darkness.
He was supposed
In
to
the
be
courtroom.
he was supposed to be the original Keyblader, but it got passed down to me.
And then all of a sudden Karma just appears back at like Ryunosuke's side.
Stand.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
Strongheart's fucked up.
Yeah, Strongheart is fucked up so badly.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too.
Like, of all the fucking things, the man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth.
Also, we just let this this woken up amnesiac man just leave the courtroom. in an unfamiliar foreign land.
No, with 2 swords in open carry.
yeah,
I just want
open
to throw
carry
that
and
out
2
too.
swords. Yes.
That's all I have to say. I thank you for meeting with me as
Wait.
I asked.
Give me back my sword.
I swear to God, the last trial is like he has to we have to defend Asogi from being the murderer again. Like being accused of his father's like murders or something like that. Like someone dies, they're gonna be like, "Oh, it's Asogi, clearly because he's related to the professor."
Maybe. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Sasato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. I don't know about friend, my dude.
Yeah.
And that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he's studying to become a defense lawyer. He wanted to become a defense lawyer just so he could come back to England to kill him himself.
That, or I was gonna say, God forbid, to like defend his dead father.
No way. He's clearly
Like
upset.
like somehow the professor wasn't actually a killer, but was like.
I could
accused
see
of
him
it.
being framed just because he's Nepalese.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Albert Einstein.
Wait.
Was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
I expect all this
For a
lore
brief moment,
right at the end.
my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Great.
But in that fleeting
He took my
encounter,
sword.
something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Well, it's about to be the start of a new chapter in this one.
Wow. The end.
Jesus. God, that was a trial.
Heavy.
God, what the fuck?
Demasking.
What is the next one?
What is
This is
the
a
next
curiosity
one?
here.
Twisted Karma and his last
And his
bow.
last bow. Ooh.
And before that's a pun for bow, and the crossbow comes back.
No, not the crossbow.
Wow, look at the picture. The
Also,
illustration.
can I just say, because I'm pretty sure that there's only one more after this.
Yeah, it'll be 5, right?
So there is 5. This is still somehow not the last episode, which is insane to me.
Insane.
Like,
because usually,
this is, what?
like, this is a last.
There is
case
so
level.
much building up, yet somehow we're not at the end, which is insane.
I know. Holy shit! Every case in this game matters.
I will. Okay, even as of this point, I can already tell you somehow actually way better than Investigations 2. Investigations 2 was great because the ending made the ending retroactively made every other case better.
Yeah.
I won't go into detail, but it involves every single case in Investigations 2 is involved in the last case.
Yeah.
So it retroactively it makes it better. This is all building up to something, and you can see it building up as you go. Like, there's so many twists and turns.
Holy shit!
And it keeps going.
It's
insane.
A most bizarre incident, born of
Like,
a curious advertisement.
you see all the conspiracy shit going around behind you, but you have no idea what to pin it down on.
Wow.
God, it's so good.
That looks like a silhouette of Van Zieks.
That kind of
Don't tell me he's the defendant, and then we have to face Asogi or something.
I hope not. Also, on another note, by the way, we still haven't figured out what the Reaper's Curse is. I thought we were going to figure it out somehow, but we still haven't.
No, so it wasn't Courtney Scythe at all.
It wasn't literal Reaper Lady. It's something else entirely.
Right.
That's okay. There's a lot to go on, but for now, that's going to be the case in the day.
That'll be it.
Oh my god.
This game is fantastic. This game is.
God, I love this. This is great.
Yeah, this game
really
is great. Wow.
I'll say it again, but thanks for having me around for these. It's really fun to just.
Thanks for joining me on this journey.
It's really fun to just mess around and theory craft and voice really stupid things.
Yeah.
Visiting Von Zieks 3 times, I think, would have been fun.
It was so dumb, but we had to do it to talk to Gina. Oh my gosh. I wonder if we'll get to go back to his room. Probably. At least once.
Are you asking for this?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it then. Oh God, what the hell is my stomach doing? Usual, I don't really have anyone in mind. There is someone I would raid, but the problem is that I know what they're playing, and they're at, because it's 13 Sentinels, and I know they're way too far in, and I don't want to go into that for your sake.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it is! It's 13 Sentinels!
I don't have to watch it. I'll just dip. Right after.
Rated dip? No, that doesn't make any sense.
A lot of people do that.
No, that's what. Anyway, even then, the other people have to deal with that.
That's fine. They don't have to stay.
That doesn't do with you. But you figure something out. I'm just here.
You don't want to rate them?
No. Probably gonna watch after either way, though.
Anyone else you want to rate then?
No, I got nothing, dude. Go ahead. It's your channel.
Well, Moist Critical is on.
Oh, God. We're going back to this.
What do you mean? We've never rated Moist before.
No, you keep bringing him up every time. It's like, oh,
it's hilarious.
Moist is on.
Yeah, Moist is on.
Oh, God. Not doing voice.
Yeah, Nurse is on.
No.
Okay.
Do what you want. I got nothing.
Get rid of a friend of mine.
Alright, sure.
Guess what they're playing?
Oh, you motherfucker. This is exactly what I was worried about!
They're playing 13 Sentinels. Alright. Thank you guys for coming to the stream.
I
See
hate
you guys
this.
next time.
I hate this
Tomorrow,
so much.
I'll be playing Yakuza. And then Saturday to break. Sunday. It's going to be a long day, but it'll be a marathon of many different things that I plan on doing.
Oh god, yes, so many different things.
Yes. I still don't know like what I should be doing, but
Well,
see.
you got to figure that out on your own.
Yeah. Thank you guys for coming to the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. This game is unironically great. Yeah.
It's
I
been
can't
really
wait
fun.
to see it all like unravel. Yeah. Anything you gotta say?
Not really. I want to stream tomorrow. I actually don't know what I want to do though, because I just finished up Haiku.
Nice.
So I'm in a limbo of what the hell do I play again?
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing out of me. So
All right.
I'll be back around next time we're doing this game. That's about it.
Well then, Gao Knight and Oyatsumi. Bye bye.
See ya.
Was this the person you were talking